And the second is, why do you believe that the interlinkages between ESG and pensions is so important? My feeling is that if we can start by clearly articulating the what and the why, it becomes less daunting to understand how we get this right. I've asked Mark to please come in and contribute and comment when he would like to, as he will be not only presenting, but attending the session virtually. So Mark, could you take it away, please, and give us your presentation? Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Tamsin. Can I just check, will you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, great. And I'm about to share my screen. You should see a big map of the world coming up on your screen. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Lovely. Thanks, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. It's one of my favorite parts of the world. But I'm glad to be able to join you virtually. I'm going to do a very short introduction to ESG, how I think it links to pension funds, and then talk a little bit about the work that we are doing with FST Africa in Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. It will be quite quick through, so please, if anyone does have questions or wants to reach out afterwards, I'll put my email address up with the final slide, and I'd be more than happy to engage. I love talking about this stuff. I think it's really important for us as a continent, as well as for each of our individual countries. So please do reach out. I would welcome that engagement. Okay, great. We are facing, I think this is well acknowledged now, global challenges that require global solutions. If anything, the last few years have really highlighted this for us. I think COVID showed us how interconnected we are as a global economy and as a global ecosystem. Certainly the climate crisis and the growing global awareness of that has highlighted that as well. And in particular for us as Africa, highlighted just how severe the risk is for us. And then, of course, geopolitics in the last couple of years have also raised their head and shown how interconnected we are with parts of the world that are really very far away. And so we are undoubtedly facing these global challenges. We do live in this very, very interconnected world, more interconnected than it's ever been, and we need global solutions for that. One of the interesting things that we've seen in the last couple of years, as we think about who's responsible for these global solutions, is that the private sector and business is increasingly seen as having a key responsibility. This information is from the Edelman Trust Barometer, which, if you aren't familiar with it, I highly recommend. It tracks levels of trust from a wide range of stakeholders in different types of institutions. And what's interesting to me is historically, the developmental, socioeconomic challenges, environmental challenges were seen really as the purview of the public sector, of philanthropy, of NGOs. But more and more, we're seeing that the expectation is now on the private sector, it's on businesses to step up on social issues, to step up on the environment, and to take a leadership role on these kind of challenges that we've got. And I think this is incredibly important in the South African context, where a lot of the time our public sector is facing resource constraints, but also challenges that really cannot be addressed with just the resources and capacity of the public sector. It really needs public sector, non-profit sector, and private sector working together. One of the interesting angles to this, and certainly that I've seen in the last couple of years come through very strongly, is people are also increasingly choosing places to work where they have the luxury of choosing their jobs, where they have sufficient skills and qualifications based on their beliefs and values. And we see this, when we are recruiting graduates from top universities coming out with master's degrees, we are increasingly under pressure as an organization, and I think more and more private sector companies are under pressure to articulate what our social, sustainability, even ESG purpose and efforts are. And so we need to do this just to get the best talent into our organizations. ESG itself, I think, is very interesting as a concept. It's really been building and aligning with a range of global themes. But the concept itself is kind of from the same family as impact or shared value, stakeholder capitalism, sustainability, inclusive business. It's really the same impetus behind it. I think what's happened in the last few years is that, especially the environmental and climate crisis emphasis, the change in the role and importance of private sector and corporate involvement in developmental issues, along with the rise of social business and bottom of the pyramid thinking, has really started impacting on the rise of ESG. So many of you, I'm sure, would have come across books like The Bottom Billion, which came out some time ago. But on the back of that, there is this increased awareness from the private sector that you can do well and do good at the same time. There's not necessarily this trade-off between profit and purpose, and certainly not as much as we used to think as a society globally. There's also been an increased awareness on the importance of inclusion and diversity, and in particular how the interconnectedness of our economies requires us to act sustainably. I've mentioned the rise of the millennial, Gen Y, Gen Z desire for meaningful work, but also increasingly what we're seeing is regulation around ESG aspects. More and more regulation is coming, and I think rightly so. The regulation helps to guide the various industries in how to behave in a way that is responsible and sustainable. And finally, demands from long-term investors are increasingly forcing this kind of rise of ESG. So what we are seeing when we do our work across the continent is the sources of capital, particularly coming out of UK and Europe, are increasingly tied to the ability to report on ESG or to articulate a sustainability plan, to articulate the kind of impact and risks that one faces, and be able to describe how those risks will be mitigated or addressed and how that impact will be amplified. And of course, for us looking to increase as a continent funding into Africa, particularly funding that can help us to preserve, protect our natural and biodiversity resources. I think it's incredibly important to note this, because being able to speak this language sets us up to access more of that capital that comes from these other markets. ESG itself, I think, is not as complex as a lot of people think. It's really not new, and you guys will already be doing a lot of this in whatever organization you're in. So the E stands for environment. It includes things like climate change and carbon, but also basics about running your business or running your office, like how you manage waste, how much paper you use, how you look after your water and your energy. Social also is something very commonly done. Those of you who have employees in your company will already be doing some aspects of the S, of the social. Those who are working on gender, diversity, inclusion, those who are working on data protection, cybersecurity, human rights. And of course, those of you in industries like extractive industries like mining will be very familiar with social risks and impact, because you will be doing a lot of community relations. You will be doing a lot of assessments of those community dynamics and employee welfare and wellness. So a lot of you are already doing these aspects of S under social. And then governance of the three is, of course, the one that's most established. This is the one that there's the most regulation on. This is the one that is most kind of hard-baked into the way that we set up and run our organizations. So things like board, leadership structure, composition, and compensation, things like rules around political contributions or whistleblowing, rules around the way that people are hired, the way that people are promoted. All of these things form governance, which is the G. So as you can see, these things are not new. What ESG does give is a helpful framework within which these things are now put side by side. It helps to make sure that we are considering our risks and our impact holistically, make sure that we don't have any blind spots as we're making decisions. And I think for us as the African in the African context, we have incredibly difficult decisions to make, and I'll come back to that in a little bit. The one other kind of thing to say about ESG is it's historically been thought of by many people as a kind of a subset of the investment landscape. So an ESG investment or an ESG fund, similar to like a sustainability fund. And while that naming does persist, I think the better way to think about ESG is as a risk management and impact maximization tool. And in that sense, it applies whether you are doing hardcore traditional investing or hardcore traditional philanthropy. Whatever you are working on and in, you need to be thinking about your environmental and your social risks. You need to be thinking about your governance, because if you're not, you are not really doing enough due diligence, and you're not really getting enough information in order to make your investment decisions and your investment management decisions. So whether you call it ESG or not, this ability to understand risks and impact potential is critical to investing across the range of impact or the range of investing tools. One of the things that scares people the most, and certainly when we work with our clients, we often start with this slide, is there just seem to be such an overwhelming range of things out there, such an overwhelming range of frameworks and regulations and principles and initiatives. But it's not as disconnected as you might think, kind of looking at a slide like this. A lot of these standards are talking to each other, and increasingly we're seeing some more consolidation, some more cooperation between these, which I think is very helpful. And actually a lot of these efforts are working towards the same kind of goals and starting to cohere around the same kind of language. I think that's incredibly helpful. I think there's been an amazing amount of work and resources put into these efforts by global organizations, which are incredibly beneficial for us on the African continent. But what I will say, and I think this point, if anything, please remember this point above everything else I say, we need to use ESG in the African continent, for Africa and for our countries. We can't take the priorities that exist elsewhere and plug them in, because if we do that, we will not be looking at decisions in a holistic way, and we won't be articulating the very, very complex and extremely difficult trade-offs that we have here in Africa that might not exist in the same form in other parts of the world. So these efforts are incredibly valuable as a tool for us, and I'd encourage you really not to be overwhelmed by them, but really to start to investigate to see where there are things that we can learn and we can use in your particular organizations. But ESG does have some problems, and it's important to be upfront around this. The first problem is who decides what matters. For good actors, the flexibility and the subjectivity is incredibly valuable, because you can pull from different frameworks, you can take different language from different places, and you can really define impact and risk in a very broad way. So with the right intentions, and good actors can really have an amazing flexibility from this subjectivity. But of course, the subjectivity does open itself up to manipulation. ESG priorities differ in different parts of the world, and to date, a lot of the ESG dialogue has been dominated by climate change in the global north. I think that's important, and obviously no one must underestimate, I think, the importance of climate change and the environmental angle. But if you are making a decision around an investment in the African context purely based on environmental impact, you are not responsibly engaging with the full potential impact and the risks of that decision. And so we advocate for a very broad view of ESG. Look at E, but also even within the S, look not just at the S, but look at the socioeconomic impact and trade-offs. I'm in South Africa at the moment, which has got ridiculous unemployment. If you aren't looking at the socioeconomic impacts of a particular investment as it relates to unemployment in the country, you are really potentially dooming the country's economy to failure. So we need to be looking not just at environmental, but also at social and also at socioeconomic impacts and trade-offs. We also, I strongly believe, need to be thinking about the positive impact created too. We're not just looking at the risk to the investment, though that is obviously critical. We should also ask, what risk does this investment pose to the world? And in some ways, ESG is forcing us to internalize some of those things that we have previously called externalities or side effects. I think it's Douglas Harden who says that there are no side effects, there are just effects. So as we look at investments, we need to understand what is the impact of this, what are the risks that it poses externally, and how does that, in a kind of feedback structure, link to the actual risk to that investment in the long term. There have also been some well-documented negative consequences, things like investment organizations overcharging for ESG products, greenwashing claims, as everyone will have seen in the news. And it's important not to ignore those. Those are things that are happening in the ESG space. But in many ways, I think they are unsurprising. You know, if you think about the generally accepted accounting principles, those have been around for decades and decades, taken a long time to get to the kind of global form that we use them in now. but people are still working out ways to manipulate that and to subvert financial statements. We shouldn't be surprised that people are subverting and misusing ESG. It is much younger, but it does need to work on that ESG, because I think in the African context, it's incredibly valuable. We've spoken about risk management and compliance and brand risk. ESG helps you, and increasingly that brand risk is becoming more and more significant. There is some evidence that it can lead to cost reductions. I think that's mostly just because of the secondary effect, like you understanding your business and your risks in more detail. But what we have seen with some clients is often the mitigation of an ESG risk creates a positive impact and reduces cost. So if you're in a country that has electricity problems, you might install solar panels. That reduces your cost, improves the environmental impact of your company, and reduces a risk. So these things are really very interconnected. And as I said earlier, it's not about profit or purpose or doing well or doing good. Often these things are closely intertwined. We've spoken about business opportunities and access to capital, especially out of developed countries, and we've spoken about attracting top talent. And for me, really, the message is it is flawed and it is imperfect, but it's incredibly powerful and useful if we use it well. And it is required. Even if you don't like it, the momentum with ESG is for increasing regulation, for increasing reporting around it and similar. So it's better to start sooner rather than later. And certainly I think Zarina will chat through a lot of the good work being done in South Africa. We're busy working with Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana on this. Kenya have already done some great work via the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Nigeria has done a lot of work doing kind of systemic regulatory policy involvement that lays the foundation for environmental and ESG. And globally, we're seeing more and more work done, not just in developed countries, not just in the Norways, Japan, Canada, but also in places like South Korea, in Mexico, in Brazil. This really is globally increasing, and I think there's no future I see that has decreasing ESG regulation in it. Even if the name changes, which I don't think it will, but if it does, I think the impetus behind sustainability will increase. I've spoken about the importance of looking broadly at the definition of ESG to make holistic decisions. But I think really what ESG does give us is it's a banner under which we can group together. We can measure things, we can talk about things with the same language, with the same metrics. That helps us internally. It helps us to achieve the priorities we've set for ourselves as a continent under the AU's Africa 2063. It helps to achieve the priorities we've set for ourselves in our independent national development plans in all our countries. And it really helps us to get capital in to the places that make sense for it to be in, and manage our risks extremely carefully in those places. If we aren't considering social issues and we're looking at a mining investment, we aren't doing our due diligence properly. Like if we run a tourism company and we're not thinking about how is climate change going to change my business model, we're not thinking properly enough about risk. And so really this is a way to package a lot of the work that you guys are already doing and leading to help us make what can only be more difficult decisions. I think for us in the pension fund space, we are custodians of people's futures. We are custodians, obviously, of people's pensions, but we also are massively important players in our economies. What we need to do is make good decisions in that space, and what ESG does is help force us to create and collect the right information so that we can make those decisions. And those decisions are going to get harder. The climate change impact is going to get more striking. I think across the continent, the socio-economic situation in many of our countries is likely to worsen. We need to be making sure that we're collecting the right data to make really, really difficult decisions. So very briefly, and then I'll hand back to you, Tamsin, just 2 more slides from me. We've been working with FSD Africa on this and the regulators in Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. Really doing 3 things. The first is a kind of diagnostic study, which is sort of a status quo of pension funds and ESG in those 3 countries. We've also built an ESG self-assessment toolkit, which helps to articulate for the pension funds opportunities for them to do more, but also to understand where ESG can be integrated into their processes in order to have more impact internally. And then we're also starting to look now at ESG-focused disclosures. So for the self-assessment toolkits, basically what we've built is a fully, an Excel document that we hand over. It becomes the pension funds to manipulate, to change, to update, to do whatever they want with, because it's a tool for them. It'll help us to, I think, understand and articulate how we align with global standards and emerging best practice, to communicate with members, especially to communicate additionality, so not just the risk mitigation, but also the impact. We've spoken about gaps and opportunities, but I think this point here really, like wanting to be best placed to articulate difficult trade-offs and ensure long-term sustainability, because really what we are doing is trying to increase pension fund coverage. We're trying to increase the availability of investments, but we want to do so in a responsible and sustainable way, and that is complex, and those decisions are hard, so we want to set ourselves up to do that. So just a quick sense of timeline, and I'll hand back to Tamsin. We are in this kind of self-assessment phase where we've given the self-assessment tool to the pension funds. We're working towards a sandbox period. You guys will have different language for this in different countries, but putting out voluntary disclosures, run it for a period, get feedback, make sure that we're incorporating the views of the pension funds and the various associations, and then moving towards compulsory disclosures. And I think all of this is really important to make sure that us as a pension fund community across the continent are acting in a way that we can best protect the investments, best protect the futures of the people that we represent as members, and also best represent the priorities of Africa and secure the long-term sustainability of our economies as we do so. So it's a difficult job. A lot of information required, a lot of difficult decisions and trade-offs, and I think ESG correctly used is a really powerful tool for us to have in our toolbox to enable us to do that. So here's my email address. As I said, please do feel free to contact me, but let me hand back to Tamsin and the panel.
Mark, thank you very much. If we can give Mark a round of applause. That was a lot of information and a lot of very useful information. And Mark, thank you for agreeing to stay on. When we get to the session at the end for questions, if you have any questions for Mark, please do put them on the platform that has been provided. I think from an ESG framework point of view, one of the key things for me that Mark was speaking about is that the frameworks provide us not only with a risk assessment tool, but also an opportunity assessment tool. And we need to bear that in mind when he was talking about the fact that ESG was a subset of investment. It actually is a lens through which you can look at all your investments, whether at an individual level or at a fund manager level. And certainly that's something I think which exercises the regulators in the pension fund sector. So one of the names or one of the descriptions of pension funds is that they are intergenerational stewards of capital. That has been mentioned today already about thinking about the fact that we have a large sector of labour in the informal labour force, many of whom are young, who are not included in pension coverage. ESG speaks directly to that. I would like to now go on to the individual questions. And Elizabeth, I am giving you the lucky position of first place. Please could you tell us what ESG means to you from your own particular viewpoint and why you believe that the interlinkages between ESG and pension funds are so important?
All right. Good morning, everybody. I think that question is very relevant. I'll start by first of all saying that working for APSA is first of all a great thing because we believe in sustainability. We are big in sustainability. Personally, that has elevated my belief and my desire to propel the whole conversation around sustainability and ESG. Now, to your question, what does it mean for me? I'm in the fund management industry in Kenya. We are managing monies on behalf of others. And I think for me it is to be responsible. It means that I need to be responsible to not only make decisions based on the returns that I see, but to consider every aspect and the impact that that money goes towards. So every decision that we make or I make or facilitate to make as a fund manager I need to have the consideration of the impact of where those funds are going and how many people are getting to benefit out of it. So I give you a simple example. At APSA, we've got a product that takes care of the very micro businesses so that they can invest in their pension. And I know here we have mentioned that a lot of people are outside the pension ambit, and it is true, but unless we are very intentional around it, we'll continue leaving them behind and only working for those of you who are wearing suits like in this room, and forget the guys who are in aprons and overalls and maybe working hard in our kitchens. So we did see a need, and we have introduced that product to give the very bottom of the pyramid a chance to invest in a credible solution that speaks to their future and helps them to think critically about their future, because sometimes they forget because they're caught in the whirlwind. So for me, my desire is that I'll be that voice of reason that brings everybody to the investment table, not only for pension, but also for their day-to-day investments, because that's the call that I have, and I'm very particular about it. The other thing is to keep accountable those investment companies where we put money, to help them see why they must be responsible in how they do business. So giving them feedback, championing for the right thing in those organizations, and of course also seeing the beauty even in the small entities that sometimes we ignore as fund managers, because we are known for only looking at what has succeeded and not what is coming up. You know, the fintechs and all that. So we look for the APSAs who are already huge and big, and we invest in them. But how about the little entities that are coming up and they have the right objectives, they are impacting big? We also need to allocate them something and give them a chance to survive and become big in their way of doing business. So that's me. I think the second question you asked was, let's go again.
About why you think that the interlinkages between ESG and pension funds are so important.
Excellent. The interlinkages. First of all, ESG is not about who arrives first, because the impact is to all of us. The negative impact is to all of us. So the thing is about all of us getting to embrace ESG as a way of life so that nobody is left behind. If you look in the past, countries went to industrialization alone, like we are the most industrialized, or the agrarian revolution, and we left some people behind. On ESG, none of us must be left behind. We must all walk, forward. So as pension managers and investment managers, we cannot be left behind in this conversation around sustainability. The reason being, we are custodians and we are responsible for making a trillion shilling worth of investments in Africa. And so we have a big role to play in whatever small way as entities we are. But when we are together, you can see the force for good that we have. We are $1 trillion in Africa. But if I just look at APSA alone, I may be lost in the fact that maybe we are not 20%, 30% of the industry in Africa. But it means a lot that each one of us does the same. So the linkage is making sure that the puzzle is complete for all of us, and forging forward for the right thing, and making sure that we don't leave any of our stakeholders behind. So the interlinkages is, I do it as a fund manager, I uplift the trustees who normally appoint us as the fund managers, I uplift the founders who are definitely very interested in what the contributions they make towards pension are doing, and of course working very closely with the regulators and the governments to ensure that we are all moving in the same direction and we are tackling the issue of ESG as a team and not as individuals.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think that is absolutely vital that it is tackled as a team and not as individuals, because with any ecosystem, if you're only fixing one part of it, the whole system is not going to work. I like your point about APSA Asset Management actually looking at working with companies at individual company level to improve their own ESG practices. That is a very responsible way of approaching your investments, and it's only going to help in the long run, as well as looking at the smaller companies. It's not just about the blue chips. I think there's a recognition in the industry that there is a blurring of the lines between a financial return and a social return, and that as investors we actually have to look at both, and that is something that Mark spoke about in his presentation as well. The one is short-term, it's that quarterly performance report analogy, and the other one is a much more long-term sustainable view. We're going to talk to this a little bit more when we get to my question for Patrick. So I think perhaps, Patrick, I'm going to ask you next to tell us about ESG from your viewpoint and why you think that the interlinkages are important.
Okay. Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, the day I finally write my memos, there'll be a chapter on ESG and me, because when I look back to my childhood, I lived in a town not very far from our capital city, and that place was evergreen. It drizzled every day, the place was green, the environment was good, and the fresh air was good. But over the years, they built a highway, and they then expanded it, and all sorts of developments happened around it. Housing estates came up, factories, bars, restaurants, just unplanned development came up around it. And these days, the place is dry, the farmers are complaining, water shortages, and it's not the place that I had thought that I would retire to. And this comes back to the interlinkages with a pension scheme. You know, we can give members all of the returns they want, but would we have done it in a good way? Would they be able to live in a good society? Would they be able to have a well-governed society? And will they be able to live in a good environment? So it is a balance. Just like we say, it is all about the money, and it's not about the money. But there is a balance. Can it also be all about the money and all about the good environment, all about the good society? And I'd just like to make a comment about the pension inclusion to all. There is something that's been done in Kenya, which I think that we can share, has got its own teeth and points and challenges, but the government came up with something called the Hustler Fund. And this lends out micro money to the small downtrodden in society, $5, $10, 15, 20, and which they can slowly build up based on their retirement record. And when that money is lent out, a portion is put aside for their pension. So that's a very innovative way, and also I would like to thank RBA Kenya because they were flexible on its rules, and I think it's something that we can build on in order to include everybody. Maybe as we advance technologically wise, let's look at things like VAT. Maybe a portion of the VAT, however small, can be set aside for somebody's pension, because we know that those lowly down in society actually suffer a lot, especially when they are acquiring foodstuffs and other products. They don't seem to get anything back in return towards adequate pension coverage on that. So I think that's my story on ESG and on how I see things can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Your point about VAT is a very interesting one, but I think the Minister of Finance might be slightly unhappy if you're taking away from his fiscal pot. But your point is well made. You know, everybody pays VAT, but a lot of people don't see any return on it.
May I maybe add just a small point? You see, yes, maybe we are taken away from his sport, but maybe we can add it with a very small pension levy onto it so that he still gets his pot of money.
That sounds like you're making a plan for everybody. Thank you, Patrick. Zarina, leaving the chair for last, please will you give us your views?
So I think many of the panelists have covered it, and Mark as well is in his presentation. But I think what is important to note is that even though we are or many of the countries here, we're developing economies, I don't think that we can ignore ESG. I know that there is this predisposition that some fund managers have, and certain people in the industry have to say, we still need to basically maximize our returns. But I mean, of what use will maximized returns have if we don't have a sustainable world to live in, as Patrick has touched on? So I think that in order to have a sustainable economy, inclusive and sustainable, efficient and fair, one has to take into account ESG factors. The environmental factors, I know that some see it as a problem of the North, and they probably contributed most to this problem. But the reality that we face on the ground is that we face droughts, we face, terrible flooding, etc., as you may have seen in South Africa. So I think it's something that we cannot ignore. And if we do ignore it, I think we do it at our peril. By the same token, balance is so important because we cannot ignore the social aspects. Our trade union movements and our trade union funds are very strong on this issue because, as they say, what is the use that we have these magnificent returns, but our children have to cross rivers to get to schools? So that's why I think in the South African context, and I would say in the African context, the social aspect is of critical importance. And whilst I agree with Mark that we're quite regulated when it comes to governance, I still think that it is important to note that we are still plagued by certain issues such as corruption, and therefore it is of utmost importance for all boards of funds to act with utmost integrity, or as we'd say in the legal profession, and I know there are fellow lawyers here, but you must act with uberi me fides, with utmost good faith, because you act in a fiduciary capacity, taking care of what's essentially, what people are going to have to spend in their old age, to retire in a manner which is dignified, and of course to mitigate against poverty, which I think that is what we all want to do. So for me, all three factors are incredibly important, and none can be ignored. And if we do, we'll do so at our peril.
Thank you very much, Serena. I'd like to pick up on something you said there, and please, Patrick and Elizabeth, if you'd like to contribute as well. And that is around the fiduciary responsibility. So a lot of people that I've spoken to have said to me that those who are managing pension fund assets only see the best financial returns as falling under the fiduciary responsibility, not looking at other returns, like the social returns, for instance. How do you think that's true, first of all? And if it is, how do you think we deal with that? How do you think we change the mindset? Patrick spoke just now about RBA being willing to look at the micro pensions without and having an open mind about it. And I've heard that from a couple of people about RBA, and that open-mindedness, not going, well, there isn't a rule which says you can't do it. How do we solve that?
Okay, so in my view, there are a number of ways that we can do that. What I'll just talk about the South African experience for a bit. So firstly, I don't think it's all funds. I mean, we did a survey approximately 2 to 3 years ago, in which we sent out a survey in conjunction with IFC to basically just see where funds were at in respect of ESG investments. And what this showed was that over 60% of these funds were invested in ESG. And in fact, there was a willingness by over 70% of these funds to invest in ESG. So I think, but part of the problem is, of course, that, sometimes you get stuck in old habits. And I don't know if this is the experience within Africa, but certainly in South Africa, the boards are generally comprised of people not necessarily of the younger generation. So they're stuck in those habits. So I think that what needs to happen is that there needs to be education. So what we've done, and we've developed a trustee training toolkit, which comprises 22 modules, and I won't bore you with the details, but it is about trustee education. But what is important about that trustee training toolkit is that we have incorporated a module on investments, which incorporates ESG. So it's really to signal to fiduciaries or trustees the importance of taking into account ESG factors when investing in each individual asset. And mind you, we've already as you know, Tamsin, we've had Regulation 28 amended in 2011, where funds must consider ESG factors when investing in every asset. The challenge, of course, that it's principles-based and it's not mandatory. And that's why we actually did the assessment to see where funds were at. But what we have done, as I said, so now we have the trustee toolkit, which each trustee, every single trustee has to complete. So we hope that that spurs them on again to know that you have to take cognizance of ESG. It must be in your IPS. You don't live in this utopia where that vulgar, if I can call it vulgar capitalism exists, where you're only interested in maximization of profits because it's only going to be at one's peril. So those are some of the steps that we've taken. We've also published our statement on sustainable finance. Our government has also published the green taxonomy, as you know, because what did come out during the survey was that various funds and fund managers had indicated, part of the problem is that there's not a taxonomy. So you don't know, what actually comprises green assets, for example. So at least we have that in place. We are looking at, doing more work. We have a body of work that we involved in at the moment as well, where we are, because of course, even for us, and I know Mark has said that we're slightly probably ahead of the curve in relation, I suppose, to other countries and not to Europe, but I would still say we're quite nascent. So what we're doing is that there's some capacity building, we have the taxonomy, we're also working on disclosures. So even though, again, we have a guidance notice 1 of 2019 that basically said, this is the information that should be contained in your IPS, that should be provided to the FSCA as a regulator. The challenge that we faced was that you'd have some very good corporate citizens giving us theses.
So the bar was different for different people.
Correct. And or they gave us what they wanted. Some would give us 3 lines, and others would give us a thesis.
So, to that point and to your point about the trustee capacity building, Elizabeth, I know this is something that you are quite passionate about. So what is the environment like in Kenya? And why is it important that the trustees understand?
All right. And I brought this one up because I believe that the fiduciary duty settles with trustees, and many times we're meeting in forums like this, but we are not empowering the trustee, and ultimately they end up making or pushing fund managers and the other stakeholders towards only maximizing returns. So it's my considered opinion that regulators, fund managers, and other stakeholders, we need to bring on board the trustees 100%. So that they can understand why, largely because I also listen to the trustees, and you can forgive them for pursuing returns, largely because the membership is only pursuing the short-term returns that they can see, and they have also not been trained. So we need to cascade to trustees and cascade to membership so that there is buy-in across. The whole value chain has to be aligned. And once we are aligned, then it becomes an easier conversation that fund managers are not only going to deliver returns which are high or maximized, but they will consider impact, and that is how their money will be invested. And many of them would actually be willing, especially the members. But many times we are leaving them behind. They see sort of reports, like members see reports once a year. Trustees see reports in Kenya 4 times a year. So the engagement is also very shallow, and therefore denies us the ability to actually embed some of these initiatives properly and bring them on board and have everybody moving the same direction. So there's a lot more that we need to do. Perhaps we need to take the early adopters, because in every industry there are those early adopters, and showcase them so that there are more and more of schemes, because they are all managed as separate. More of them can come on board. And then lastly, obviously, like in Kenya, we do have the National Social Security Fund, which is the largest pension fund now, and that fund can actually be a case study where, since we've started the reforms for pensions just this year, I think for Kenya we have an opportunity to actually take the right steps and move things in the right direction, especially incorporating ESG, because our National Social Security Fund has just been reformed. So there's a lot and opportunities that we have, but trustees must come on board.
Thank you. And Patrick, your view? From the Fund Managers Association.
Yes, I'd just like to reinforce what has been said by Zarina and also by Elizabeth. I think it's also a communication challenge. How can we simplify ESG in a simple way that even the trustee from the shop floor will understand it and will take full ownership of it and turn around and be asking us as fund managers, what are you doing on ESG front? And also, how can we cascade it down to the membership so that even they take full ownership and start challenging everybody on ESG? So I think it's a multidimensional area, and I think we should really all work together and also involve the various trustees, associations, bring them on board so they can cascade it down to their membership, and also as a long-term play. How can we bring ESG down to the school curriculums so that by the time people are leaving school, they are fully aware and asking about ESG in everything they do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrick, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is literally from the Fund Managers Association. Are you going to be doing some capacity building initiatives around this? I'm suggesting both of you speak to Zarina about the trustee toolkit.
Yes, and even we have begun it. We have been invited to various workshops, and we've invited our members over. NSC has held trainings. We've also held some workshops with the Capital Markets Authority, and it's gaining traction. And Zarina, you are most welcome, and we can organize a forum for you, and you can hit the road running with us.
Thank you. I think now would be a good time to see if we have some questions from the floor, and there are some here. So I'm going to just read out what some of the questions are, and Mark, if you're still with us, that'd be great.
Sure.
What role can pension funds play in driving ESG best practices and improvements across the broader financial industry? How can this be achieved? Who would like to answer that one?
Maybe I can start on that. Oh.
Mark?
No, sorry. I can't see anyone's hand, so maybe just call on me, Tamsin, when
All right.
you need.
I'll do that.
I'll jump in, yeah.
All right, Patrick?
Yes, I think we can play a very active role because fund managers are allocators of capital. We don't own that capital, but when we are allocating it out, and we should make those looking for investment capital know very, very clearly that one of the criteria considered is on their ESG, what are their disclosures, what are their ratings on it, and what are they doing to improve, and how do they report on it, so that this can force ESG to always come to the forefront when they come looking for capital from us.
Thank you, Patrick. I think another thing that's interesting on that and was raised earlier about capital raising is that on an ongoing basis, what ESG and sustainable investment vehicles do, like green bonds, which we've mentioned today, is provide additional comfort to investors, particularly when their use of proceeds, that the money that has been raised is being spent on what it's said it's being spent on by governments. And governments that are finding it difficult to raise capital at reasonable rates may find that there is a pool of capital that they have not yet tapped, that they will have access to should they be raising these kind of responsible ESG investments. So just to put that out there. Serena, you would like to say something?
Well, I just wanted to say that funds obviously play a critical role, when it comes to investing in ESG. I'm just, if you hear the amount of money, for example, in South Africa, I think roughly it's $2.5 billion. That's the assets under management of retirement funds. So it's a significant amount of money. And funds can basically, demand that ESG factors are considered as best practice to invest. And one thing I wanted to touch on that Elizabeth touched on as well is that, I think what the message that needs to go out, because look, even as the FSCA, we're not saying that we just want ESG and there must be poor returns. But I think the message that needs to get out is that the two aren't mutually exclusive. So in fact, again, if one looks at the MSCI index, for example, funds that were invested and companies invested in ESG, in fact, outperforms those that weren't. So I think, look, of course, as every single fund, you have to do your due diligence, as with any investment that one makes, but it shouldn't be seen as it's a trade, in my view, that it's a trade-off. Either you're going to get great returns or you're going to get ESG. I think that it is an important messaging to get out that the two aren't mutually exclusive.
And that speaks very much, Mark, to what you were saying about the fact that applying that ESG lens to not only your investments, to your company, means that you have a more granular understanding of both the risks and the opportunities, and that can only be a good thing in terms of your performance. So,
yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. I liked all of those comments as well. I mean, I think all of those make sense. The one thing I would also advocate for is as pension funds, if we can encourage dialogue across different policymakers, different authorities, the pension fund industry needs to be allied to the insurers, the banks, the capital markets authority, policymakers, and the more that we can get those different entities working together, I think the more likely we are to have systemic change, which I think would be, of course, the goal behind all of this. And it would help to address some of the big risks. For pension funds, a lot of us are sort of worried about the supply side, like will there be enough green investments for us? But we also need to be part of trying to build up that supply side, and I think that happens by working with others.
Absolutely, it's two sides of the same coin. That first question was from Patrick. The second question is from Cosma. He says evaluating ESG can be complex since it's more subjective than traditional financial criteria. How can ESG risks and their potential long-term financial impact be assessed? Elizabeth.
All right, okay. I don't have the crystal ball answer, but definitely for anything that is not measured will not be done. So we've got to measure so that it can be done. And I think one of the ways to measure the impact is definitely to have independent people who can measure it. We have auditors for our financial statements. Can we have auditors who can also say, this is the impact, so that we separate the actor and the reporter? So I think it's just a framework that needs to be developed, and once we develop the framework, then you can have independent auditors who actually do that, just like we do for financial performance standards. When you have financial performance standards which are audited, it's much better than when you just report and they're consumed as they are. So I think we can get there, and we can get some quality work being done and remove a lot of the greenwashing, because greenwashing only comes because you're self-reporting and you choose what to report, and so you're not accountable to nobody. It's just you. You're the alpha and the omega. So yeah.
So I think what's interesting about that in my home context, in the South African context, is that there's one firm I know of, and it's a very interesting firm to look at if you're looking at how they've actually internalized and are living their ESG strategy, and that's Imperial. And Imperial have actually volunteered, Imperial Logistics have actually volunteered to have their funding, their off-market funding, assessed in terms of sustainability KPIs that have been developed by an independent firm. And the cost of their funding is tied to their ongoing performance against those KPIs. So, Elizabeth, that speaks very much to what you're saying about having that independent verification. Would anybody else like to contribute on that? Patrick or Zarina?
I agree with Elizabeth on that independent verification, and I also think looking internally, I think we also have got a lot of capacity building to also do with our research teams on this ESG, how to properly assess the risks, opportunities, and on what sort of questions to also ask on this, and how to analyze these auditors' reports that will come, because I'm sure they will not be written in crystal clear, simple language.
Thank you. Zarina, anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I think that I'm covered, but I do agree that there has to be independent verification, because of course we are all very good at singing our own praises, and that is certainly not a measure, so that independence, I believe, is critical. And Patrick's also touched on a very important aspect, which has been raised, by the way, as one of the challenges faced, is that there isn't necessarily the capacity to always be able to determine, is this credible, is it credible, are the investments in ESG credible, etc. So I think there needs to be capacity building. As I said, from our side, we're trying. I mean, we've developed the toolkit, as I've said. And just to touch on that point again, Tamsin, it is quite simple, because in our jurisdiction, as some of you may know, we have member-elected trustees who may not have the level of sophistication that employer trustees have, or are educated, etc., and are in suits like ourselves. And that's why it was quite important to get the message across in a very simple way. And from our engagements with the trade union movement, it's COSATU in our case, it has been quite successful. They understand it, but of course, more work needs to be done. It's just the start. So that's what I'd also like to say, that a lot more work needs to be done in terms of that capacity building.
Thank you. What I would like to do is I would like to ask the three of you to give me a closing statement. And the closing statement, I would like it to be, I've actually prepared it, but one of the questions that has come up is almost exactly what I would like you three to tell us all. And that is, if you look at how we can drive pension fund adoption of ESG, and ESG standards and ES criteria in terms of their investment decision making from a regulatory point of view, from a fund management point of view, what do you think are the top 2 actions that need to be taken, whether it's in terms of regulation or in terms of policy, in order for us to be able to drive this across the industry? The question that has been asked by Patrick is, how can ESG adoption be driven in the pension fund industry in Africa, given the absence of regulations on pension funds to report on their ESG, and the adoption has been low? So that is the question that I would like your top tips for people in the room. Patrick, I'm going to give the Thorn the opportunity to answer first.
Okay, maybe I can just say, let us not work in a silo. This needs all stakeholders to work on it. I would say, like from the regulators, let's get encouragement on it. Let's get requests. What are you doing on ESG? How can it be improved in the local context of the various countries? It would be good to see it incorporated in any IPSs which are drafted in future, and also in the annual reporting down to members on it. And let us also insist going forward at client report back meetings that there should be some mention on ESG. And looking at the Pan-Africa Fund Managers Association, we can learn a lot from each other, what's happening in the various jurisdictions, and also get joint training and joint capacity building on that area. Maybe Elizabeth, you want to add on? We are with you in FMA.
I like the way he's pulled me in. All right. To me, I say three things: embrace, empower, embed. Embracing, it's for all of us. The fund managers, we have to be at the forefront. I think we know a lot, but I don't think we have embraced ESG as we ought to have done it. So we must embrace ESG and make it a way of life, not the other option. It is just it's part of the core processes that we must have and core considerations that we must have in every investment. So that's embracing. We must empower our teams as leaders. We must empower our trustees, because it's our duty to walk with them this journey. So we'll empower them. We must work with our regulators and the policy developers and help in bringing those regulations that we are saying they are not there, because we are part of the game. So in Kenya, we are already drafting regulations around ESG reporting, and all the stakeholders are in it. Let's engage and let's and make sure that we are part of it, and that we will be moving forward. Then embedding. We embed these ESG policies and ESG investment guidelines in every aspect of our investment, not only for pensions, but across. And that way, we will have everybody on board. So I could say it's embrace, empower, and embed. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Serena.
And I can also add encourage.
Thank you.
Encourage. All right.
Wonderful, thank you. So I think as a regulator, what we need to do is enable this through regulation. As I said, in South Africa, we've already done this in terms of Reg 28, but there are other important work that we're doing in respect of disclosures. So very soon, a conduct standard, and for those of you who may not be familiar with our terms, it is subordinate legislation, so it will be legally binding, and funds will have to disclose in a particular manner on ESG, which I think will be a very good yardstick for us, and it will serve as encouragement. I think because there wasn't compulsory disclosures before, I think funds really relaxed on this issue, or some funds did. So I think the disclosures that's going to be compulsory is going to be important. I also think that there's discussion about the taxonomy. As you know, at the moment, it's only, it's not compulsory, but we are considering actually making that mandatory. And I think that will go a long way to also, enabling ESG investments. Then, of course, as I've mentioned before, and I suppose it's because it's been my baby as well, I think we mustn't shy away from the importance of education, it's educating trustees. As Elizabeth said, it's a bit difficult, I think, in our context to necessarily go down to the member level. But even if it is that we say, as funds, you have a duty and you have a fiduciary duty to educate members on ESG as well. So I think we'll start, or we have started with the trustees. We'll continue on that trajectory, but I think education is of vital importance to drive the agenda of ESG. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say that thank you for your closing remarks, because you've given me the Power 6 E's, which is what I'm going to use to wind up this session, and that is encourage, enable, educate, embrace, empower, embed. All right, I'm not sure if you all had a conversation beforehand and decided on this, but if you didn't, that was just serendipitous. So I'd like to say thank you very much to all my panelists, and thank you to Mark for your contributions. Can I have a round of applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Freeman. And thank you so much to the panelists. Again, our interactions via social media are APSA Conf 23, and to our online audience, please continue those engagements. You're also reminded that slido.com is up and active. Thank you so much for those of you that have contributed to the previous session in question and comment. Now, to close that session officially, we request you to actually give a survey of that session, how it was conducted, and what your peak outs were. So please go to the slido.com, and then instead of going to the Q&A, you'll see where there's polls. Click on polls and be able to respond to poll survey for session 2. Okay? I would also like our team to put that scanner up, the barcode. If we can have that barcode up again, so that people in the room, those that have just joined us in the room, can be able to scan that code and interact with Slido, which is going to be our engagement platform throughout this meeting. Okay, we would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Ainaite Rakajara. He's the Workers MP, and he's always talking about how politicians also have a duty too. And so we're glad to have his presence with us. Of course, he will be very insightful in the labor and employment laws regarding retirement benefits for the country. We are also privileged to be in the presence of the Chief Executive Officer for Prudential Assurance, Uganda Limited, Mr. Tete Aitevi. Thank you so much for joining us. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's step into session 3. Now, session 3 is going to be covering Africa's pension inclusion imperatives, and this is going to be chaired by Mr. Sundip Rachura, who's the Group Executive Officer for Zamara. You're most welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I think I should clarify at the outset that I'm Sandeep Raichura from Zamara, not Tandazile. But I'm very, very happy still to step in to moderate this panel, especially because this is on a subject that I'm personally very, very passionate about. Okay? I think the whole subject of pensions inclusion is not just an imperative, not just critical, but it is also extremely urgent for our continent. And in terms of impact, if we get this right, we all stand to benefit. But if we don't, I don't even want to imagine the consequences of not getting this right. You know, we say that we live on a continent, this is the youngest continent. The median age in East Africa is about 19 years. And it's almost the same in almost every other part of Africa. So we say we have a demographic dividend, which is great, and hopefully we will benefit from that demographic dividend if we get things right. But we are also a demographic ticking time bomb, because we have got 600 million workers in Africa who don't have anything to fall back upon in their old age. In the next 20, 25 years, we will be about 225 people above the age of 60 on our continent. We cannot wish this problem away. We need to think about it. And I really feel that even as I invite my panelists to the top, in many ways I sometimes feel we are not even framing this challenge correctly, in order to give it the weight and the urgency that it needs. You know, talking about extending pensions coverage is a very good discussion in the more developed world, because that's what they need. They've got a formalized system and you need to just have a few more workers covered. But in Africa, talking about extending coverage is actually, to me, missing the plot. We should be saying we don't have a pension system, with the exception of 10% of our population being covered. Then we can see the weight of the challenge and come up with the homegrown solutions that we need to address the challenge of pensions inclusion on our continent. So to discuss this subject, I have a very, very able panel. So actually, unlike almost similar to the previous one, I have one rose and three thorns. So can I invite the rose? So maybe to talk Jane Nzao from the center, she's the trustee of the Central Bank of Kenya Pension Fund and also chairman of the Association of Retirement, chairperson of the Association of Retirement Benefit Schemes in Kenya. Jane, can we have Dr. Shem Ouma? He's actually the head of the Secretariat of the Africa Pension Supervisors Forum, does a lot of hard work. In fact, he's the unsung hero of a lot of the work that happens behind the scenes, together with his colleagues. And he's also Director of Research at the Retirement Benefits Authority. So Dr. Shem, welcome. You can sit anywhere. And very, very able important panelist, our host, Mr. Martin Subuka, the CEO of OBRA, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And last but not least, Tete. I may not get your surname right, so I shall not attempt to pronounce it. He's the CEO of Prudential Uganda and one of the key sponsors for this event. So let me also take my seat with the panel so I can engage with. We have about an hour. So we have about an hour of discussion. I would like us to sort of finish by about 1:20, so I'll be eating into some of your lunchtime, but this is an important conversation for us to have. But before we get into a discussion, can I invite Dr. Shem to talk to us about micro-pensions coverage and what are some of the social and fiscal implications, compulsions for Africa. Dr. Shem.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. And I'm happy to participate in this panel. I'm going to give a short introductory presentation that I think is on the screen that will jumpstart the discussions that we are going to have. I think all of us know the principles and objectives of pension systems. They are highlighted on the screen. Maybe we need to spend very little time here. Issues of coverage have been talked about. I will show you what's the coverage in our continent. And then there are challenges of adequacy of retirement benefits that our retirees get, and financial sustainability, which has been discussed, which talks about affordability of pension to taxpayers and the people who contribute towards it, and economic efficiency, minimizing distortions on economic behavior, the labor supply, and savings issues. And as we administer the business of pensions, are we keeping the costs low for the benefit of members? And do we also ensure that the savings they have gathered over time is properly secured to serve them when they can no longer work. Those are the key principles and objectives of any pension system. In Africa, we see gaps, though, that exist. I think this data has been mentioned. The working age population defined globally as falling between 16 to 64 years. We have about 788 million people there. In terms of how they are covered, we have less than 15% of that age covered in any formal pension arrangement. And as been mentioned by the panel that has just concluded discussions, over 600 million informal sector workers across our continent are excluded from formal pension arrangements. Okay, so the situation gets very grim if we look at where these people are working, the informal labor markets. So in terms of pension coverage in the continent, this is where we are. These are figures for 2021, though, so you see the average is below 15% there, the red line. But you can see that the majority of our countries have pension coverage below 15%. We have a few cases in Mauritius, Botswana, and Northern Sudan, where I think they provide universal pension coverage, and therefore it is 15%. But majority of our workers are working in the informal labor markets, and most of them are not covered in formal pension arrangements. That ranges from about 40%. If you look at Africa regionally, about 40% in Southern Africa. That's where pension coverage is higher. It gets worse in East and Western Africa, where the informal labor force is highest. So that is the stretch. On average, we have most of the workers in Africa working in the informal sector at about 86%. And so those are workers who have no pension, have no social security. They don't belong to any labor union, etc., and have no health insurance cover. So you can see how the situation is, and this is, I think, what keeps regulators not awake during the night to focus on it. If you look at this slide that is on the screen now, it paints a different story. The picture is changing, and these many graphs I'm presenting here from 2016 to 2018 are Finscope surveys and financial access surveys conducted in many African countries, and they tell us the progress that is being made in terms of covering our population in financial inclusion. So you can see it has been improving. The informal financial markets have been declining over time, and so have been the excluded, and that is a beautiful picture to have. Okay. But pensions somewhat has remained behind, because if you look at where we are with pension coverage being below 15%, and the chart that I've just gone before showing financial access being at an average of about 70 to 80% across those continents, I think pension has to play catch up in that regard. That chart previously is talking about access to banking services in the continent. But I think pension is waking up, because there are a number of pension jurisdictions that have thought about how to embrace informal sector workers into different pension arrangements. And I'm just citing a few examples, and I think for some of them we'll get more detailed data in the subsequent panels that are coming. Kenya has the Mbao pension plan, and you had one of the panelists earlier on in session number 1 talk about the Kenya National Entrepreneur Savings Trust, and also the Hustler Fund, and these are all schemes being designed to be able to mobilize workers in the informal sector to enroll in pension arrangements. So has Ghana tried Social Security and National Insurance Trusts in it. So has Rwanda with Ejoheza, and Uganda with the Muzima Voluntary Individual Retirement Benefit Schemes, and Kampala City Traders Association Uganda Provident Fund Scheme. And so has Benin with the Insurance for Strengthening Human Capital Program, ARCH. All these schemes are being designed to enable growth of pension coverage in the continent, and they're being specifically designed for mobilizing enrollment in the informal labor markets, where the challenges that workers in that particular market face are different, completely different from those of the formal labor market, who are easy to mobilize in terms of enrolling them into pension schemes, those that are provided both publicly and privately by their employers who have set up schemes for them. So what are the imperatives that we need to consider going forward? I just want to offer a few suggestions here, not conclusively, but just a few thoughts that can help us in the discussions going forward. I think we need to look at our existing legal and regulatory frameworks for pensions across the continent. I think they're not very supportive in terms of attracting enrollment of informal sector workers into these arrangements, and that points out the fact that regulators themselves need to be innovative, and they need to be proactive and provide a conducive environment for innovative products that are inclusive. I think we are speaking about inclusive in this conference, so that we are leaving nobody behind, both formal and informal sector workers. So I think you'll read a lot about micro pensions in the book that has just been formally launched. There are beautiful ideas in there, and they are positioning our informal sector workers, who are the majority in the continent at 86%, so that we have an easy way of attracting them into pension arrangements. We cannot easily provide for them if we don't involve them for their livelihoods in retirement. So when they are still capable of working and generating incomes, can we design schemes that can be attractive to them in terms of mobilizing their savings to fund their future livelihood, so that they don't live in old age destitution? And there are things that can support this. We have ID framework systems in place now that can help us to be able to allocate unique identification numbers suitable for conducting KYC. We have a lot of mobile phone penetration in the continent. And the graph I just showed you about free access has actually benefited greatly from the adoption of mobile phone technology on the continent, because most of those banking services are actually provided via the mobile phone technology. And we think that pensions can also ride on this to be able to expand pension coverage. That included with the awareness that most regulators do in terms of preaching the gospel of pension, save now for your future use. It's a very difficult gospel to sell, but it is working in different jurisdictions, and that is why we are here to learn from one another. We have also seen experiments being tried on the continent in terms of product bundling. So these consumers want to consume a combination of different financial services. They want credit, they want to be able to save, they want to be able to cover their risks, so they need an insurance product, and they also need to save for pensions. When all these services are provided as a bundle, the advantage that pension gets is that it is protected from immediate use by members who save towards it. Because if they have a challenge to pay school fees, to organize forwarding, they can get credit. If they have a funeral to cover, they could have an insurance product to deal with that. And so the money put aside for pensions then is able to serve the need for which it is designed to serve in retirement. I think and then of course there are fiscal incentives. We need to bring in the support from government in terms of providing tax incentives, for example, tax relief for pension sector, and also embody the social capital. Our people are very good in forming social capital. They work a lot in groups. That goodwill that exists amongst the membership of that particular group can be brought to bear on supporting pension enrollment. And of course, we need everybody, all hands on deck, government, financial sector regulators seated here, and those who are not here, financial service providers, we have some of them here, pension sector stakeholders, community-based organization, mobile phone operators, digital payment providers. I met some of them in the room, I think they're around, and the National ID Agency Development partners, and even NGOs. We need all hands on deck to be able to break this puzzle and ensure that our retirees who have worked so hard to generate the wealth that we see on the continent can live dignified livelihoods in their twilight years. Chair, let me stop at this point so that we can then now engage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shem, for setting the scene so well for our discussion and for also giving us a lot of numbers and statistics, because it is said numbers don't lie, and those numbers convey the extent of the challenge that we have on our continent. And thank you also for some of your suggestions on what we need to do. Let me start the discussion by turning to our host, Mr. Martin, as CEO of the Uganda Regulatory Authority. Could you tell us about some of the initiatives in Uganda on extending, let me not use the word extending again, on having informal workers participate in the pension space? What are some of the challenges you've had? Dr. Shem talked about this initiative you have with the Juakali Association in Uganda. How is that going? And how do we change the needle, turn the needle?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I think before going into on what we are doing, I think it would be important to also appreciate where we started, because the priority of the authority in its 12 years thought that before even trying to promote the agenda for saving for retirement, expanding coverage, inclusiveness, you need to first set the foundation strong. So the strategy was first set the standards, put a framework that can build trust and confidence in the sector. So we focused on building governance, ensuring the trustees appreciate what they're supposed to do, at least the basic ones, and then establish schemes that are grounded with trustees following a particular process of being licensed, and then setting the rules of the game, where funds can also be known where they're going to be invested to provide that good return to the members. And we can say we are there to the extent of that building of trust and positive returns to the members. And then when we started to go out to promote this idea of saving for retirement, the question that was always being asked is, now where do we save? Where can we go? So in principle, what we've decided to do, or what we did in the first case, as we were building the standards, we also thought that, can we try to put up 2 schemes? I think Shem has showed them as experimental schemes, pilot schemes. That was, one of them is Maritime Benefit Scheme, it's a voluntary scheme, and then another one is Casita. Just to understand what this category of the population really wants. Because we identified that the statistics are not any different today. Our sector covers around 3 million people out of a working population of around 2021. So a percentage of around 16-17%, similar to what Shem has shared of the African continent of 15%. So the problem is there, very evident, that we need to do more in coverage. So what did our experiments yield? First, at least we are able to understand that this category of people do not want your mandatory saving idea. not mandatory, but standardized in terms of you have to save every month, you have to save a percentage. So need flexibility. But beside the flexibility, they don't want to move from where they are working from because they imagine that if they moved away from their business, as an example, somebody can take advantage of the business or lose out a sale, however small it is. The third one, they also wanted flexibility in how, not only how much to save, but when to save. So the pilot of Mazima yielded some results, not his results, but some learning lessons. The first clients of Mazima, we are determining when to save. That's the frequent and how much to save. The majority were determining to save for 1 year, and the amounts were very small. Today, those who are saving for 1 year, the money, the amounts matured, then they went back and saved again. So they said it is working, then we can save again. So trust was built over time. So today what we see in Mazima, they've created a portfolio where members are allowed a certain percentage of flexibility where they can be able to access for any emergencies, 30%, and now they are locking into 70% of their portfolio for long term. So what we learn is that these people who are saving from that particular category need a package of products that can address their needs. So when you're talking of pension for retirement, you also need to package it with, say, an emergency fund of some sort, or even an insurance cover. It could be a small one. The other initiative that we've been able to do, of course, we've done a number of research and studies, but we also piloted, we've licensed 12 umbrella schemes, where now we can confidently tell any scheme, any person out there who wants to save, please, you can go to these umbrella schemes. They are very available, and we think that anybody now can begin to save. But the other critical point to note is that any saving for retirement, unfortunately, has to be forced. It's mandatory. When we did a survey around to establish if anybody would save for retirement if they are not forced to save, say, with NSSF or any other provident fund of their employer, almost 90% would not save. So there has to be some degree of forcing, but it has to be very small. But we've also learned that what can be successful are those indirect initiatives, indirect way of making people save. I think I've liked the sharing of when Patrick was sharing the Kenyan model, which they're implementing today, on the tax, the leveraging on the tax VAT, where there's a small component of VAT that is accruing to the member. Those are the indirect way of doing things for help people to save for retirement. And of course, the other emphasis that I think that we need to emphasize, collaboration with other stakeholders. Again, we've learned that for the success of Mazima, I will not talk about Casita because it was not successful. For the success of Mazima, they've worked closely with the telephone companies in the market. So it makes them easy to save. So they've created a window for them. It makes people to even make any additional contributions if they wish. And also even when they're going to pay their members, again, they use that platform. So collaboration. So we think with the framework that is available on the market, even the registration services that we have in the market, the Registration Services Bureau. But I also want to emphasize that when you look at the volumes of mobile money in this market, which is in trillions, I think that can also be leveraged indirectly for the member, again under collaboration, and the financial institutions around the market. There are more customers in commercial banks in Uganda than members registered in the retirement benefit sector. So it means that with collaboration, there are more people that can be tapped into that space. So, and finally, we've already crafted regulation that we think can help us on this. But the most important thing, we've partnered with FSD Uganda, they've supported us very much. In developing a framework, we've done a study for the National Micro Pension Scheme for long term. It's a new initiative that we think can be a solution. Like I've said, this category of people needs a unique way of doing things. Probably they cannot be able to play in the framework that is available today, where there are different stakeholders, service providers, segregated functionality. This one needs to be unique in a way and subsequently be able to tap into that territory. I think I've summarized. I could be able to add on as the discussion goes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for sharing the Ugandan experience. And, I like, you emphasize the word piloting a number of times. It's always good to do that from experience in other countries. And I was very pleased to hear that, you have a national micro pension policy framework almost ready. So that's good progress in Uganda. And let's stay with Uganda, and I turn to Tete on my right. When Dr. Shem was presenting, he mentioned, the increase in financial inclusion as measured in terms of the percentage of people who have access to financial services. For example, in Kenya, it's increased from, I think he mentioned 26 to almost 84% in the space of 15 years. But banks have done well in terms of the number of customers, as Martin mentioned. But in terms of insurance and pension penetration, we are well behind the curve. What do you think is the reason for that, and how do we overcome it?
Thank you for that. I think first and foremost, we need to redefine the question. It's surprising to say that there are 600 million people on the continent who don't have any form of pension provision. That in itself is an opportunity. So we look at it as a challenge, but ideally, it's an opportunity. It's 600 million people who can put $1 a day aside $1 a day for 20 days a month, for 12 months a year. We can afford to create $1 trillion or $2 trillion every year for the next 10 years. Now, if we see it in that term and say that if we can leverage and create $3 trillion or $10 trillion every 5 years, what would we do with that money? And we'll probably give the ESG guys some form of headache on where to invest that money and still stay compliant and according to ESG rules. But there's opportunity there. These 600 million people, the US is not growing older. It's not growing in terms of population size. Europe is shrinking. Asia is growing old. India is not growing any longer. Africa is being designated as a workbench of the world now. So I can tell you that Apple right now, GM, Siemens, Huawei, everybody is thinking, how do they take money out of the pockets of these 600 million people? And that's how come we should see it as an opportunity. Fortunately for us, we're just at a point in our development as a continent where mobile penetration is probably about 70–80%. The guy in the market doesn't necessarily need a smartphone to be able to save. A USSD would work for him. Regulation is advanced in such a way that we can now use regulation as an enabler of pensions contribution rather than as a tool for control, but more as an enabler. We also have distribution mechanisms and product innovation specialists amongst ourselves who can think about how we can design products to attract these ones. We have payment systems and ID systems which are working now. So we're just at the right place, the combination of these factors to actually have a pensions explosion. First redefinition is not to think about it as micro, but think about it as informal. Because the informal space is not homogeneous. The informal space is actually very heterogeneous. From those who can probably afford $1 a day to those who can afford $100 a day. And we classify all of them as micro. The problem is that our current pension structures are designed for people in the formal sector. The product is defined in the formal sector. The collection systems, the regulatory framework is largely defined for people in that sector. So if we now come back to the table and rethink all of this and say, how do you reach John Joe in the market who can afford to put aside 2,000 shillings or 10,000 shillings or 20,000 shillings or 100,000 shillings a day, and who probably earns so much more in 6 months as we would earn in a year and can only afford to make contribution for 6 months? How do we design products to answer that? we should be at the point where we can leverage on this 600 million people opportunity that exists on the market. I think if we think about it that way and approach it in trying to, with this Gen Z generation, gamify it and see how we can find a solution for it and put the right incentives there, we will crack this. And when we crack this, I think that this would be the fundamental tool for societal and economical change on the continent, because we'd have so much money leverage on this continent, we need to figure out what to do with $3, 4, 5, $10 trillion every 15 years for the next 20 years. What we'll do with that money to yield returns to these people who go on retirement 30, 40 years from now. If we can find a solution to this redefined problem, I think we'll be on the pathway to making this a success.
I love that. I think that's real ambition, and I really like how you say, yes, there is a challenge, but therein lie the opportunities for our continent. And you're absolutely right to say, look, this is not a homogeneous group, so even the term micro may need to be revisited, because there's a huge self-employed population that could be earning more than all of us in this room. So that's and I like this, creating a pensions explosion in Africa by having the right solutions and the right product book. And we'll come back onto that. But I think the other important thing is, Tete has really brought out a very important point, how we can mobilize Africa's resources for building our own continent. And just small amounts of money accumulated over periods of time. And I think if we just go to the Pinbox website, thank you, Gautam and Parul, there's lots of simulations on what we as a continent can achieve just by getting even a fraction of our population to start putting small amounts of money or large amounts of money aside. Let me turn to Jane now, last but not least. So Jane, Dr. Shem has talked about, the Kenyan, he's touched on the Kenyan experience. There are quite a number of micro-pension initiatives in Kenya, some by the government, some by the private sector. Could you give us a sense, and could you tell us how we can get those to work better? Share your thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Sandeep. I think from experience and from what Shem has shared, the biggest challenge I see for us with the informal, well, not so informal now that we have been told they are actually not that informal, is education. Many of these people don't have that financial literacy. And it's a challenge that we have to surmount. Because a lot of them, like the chairman alluded in the morning in his speech, they make the little earnings they make, and the question they ask is, do I save or do I eat? So a lot of it is mindset and thinking that this is hardly enough to think about savings. And if I may, let me just give you an example. When we were starting the defined benefits, defined contribution scheme at the central bank, a number of members came to ask me, this money that we are now starting to contribute, is the government going to take? Is it going to take this money and start using it? And already that tells you that there's of course mistrust, that they don't trust that the government will not put its hands there. But at the same time, you realize there's a gap in terms of knowledge. They don't seem to understand that this is money for your pension, much as it's now not a defined benefit, it's a defined contribution. And these are people who are, so to speak, in the formal world. So education, I think, is really something that we need to take home and find ways of targeted campaigns to ensure that people learn, understand, and internalize some of these messages. And I think there's a time RBA had started, we could see TV adverts, especially when they were trying to popularize the Mbao pension scheme, and I thought it was really something. Although I don't know, it fizzled out after a while, but that was something that I thought was really good. And in Kenya we have, I don't know about the other countries, but in Kenya we have vernacular stations that anyone can tune in and listen in their own language. And if we have targeted messages running out every so often on the importance of savings and financial literacy, I think the message will start to sync with our members. But having said that, I just want to give a small example of a maize cob hawker. I don't know, in Kenya we have these guys who roast maize on the streets, and you can buy a ready roasted maize. I don't know if that is also applicable in the other countries. So there is this guy, he was featured in the TV stations. He had saved from the earnings he was making from just selling maize cobs to the people who pass his route. And he saved enough to buy himself a small minibus. Of course, that was his ambition, that he wanted to have a minibus. We call them matatus in Kenya. And he did. And we were just thinking, if we had just a little bit more of those people doing that kind of saving, how much more would we achieve? The ESG guys would have issues with where do we take this money. And one time I was in the market. We are always going to the market. And I'm pointed at this. You see that lady at the corner there? She has a stand. She sells vegetables, cabbage, kales, spinach, tomatoes. That's her job. But someone who knows her pointed to me and told me that lady has taken her children to university through this same business. So you can imagine they probably earn much more than we do in this panel here. It's just a question of them now having the right incentives and the right, having a model that will enable them now put their money aside to make sure that they have something in retirement. Because truth be told, a lot of our parents and grandparents, they rely on children. We are their pension. But the dynamics are changing very quickly. So we may need to really, really target this group. And in our world, they have mentioned the Hustler Fund, they have mentioned the BAO pension scheme. And I agree with the CEO of UBRA. There has to be some times you may have to kind of force their hand. And I'm thinking, because like Shem has alluded, financial inclusion has taken off in Kenya. We have all the informal sector are all on APSA, mobile telephone. So what if you take out a portion of, the same way the APSA charges apply, what if you had a component when now you're receiving a payment for whatever it is, that a component of that is set aside for your savings? Just putting it out there. So these are some initiatives that we could think of, but for sure there's an opportunity, and we have what it takes to make this happen for our continent.
Some really good points coming out, Jane. I think the first one I want to pick on is, not only do we have a big pensions gap, but there's a even equally gigantic financial literacy gap, and that somehow needs to be addressed. And we also need to figure out whose job is it to do that, and maybe we need to come back to that if we have time, because would an individual entity be able to do this? Because after all, it's a public good. So how do we deal with the financial literacy issue? Because that can also address the trust issue with the government as well as financial services providers across the continent. I really like your suggestion about how can we make certain things, certain transactions embed saving. It's almost like the question we have on the Slido about the Nest in the UK, and there's an auto-enrollment that happens. Now that works well in the UK on the basis that it's still looking at the formal sector being compelled to save. But maybe these are very good suggestions, and we should see how do we implement. Martin, I want to come back to you before I go to Shem. And this is maybe not a provocative question, but I think I'd still want to ask it. And as regulators, you work very closely with the policymakers, with the government. To what extent do you feel as regulators, and again, I don't want you to lose your job, but to what extent do you feel as regulators that there is a political understanding and appreciation of the extent of the challenge that we have? There is the political will to take the steps that are necessary and provide the resources that are needed. as well as the political humility to recognize this is not a problem that a government can solve on its own and needs a multi-stakeholder approach. I'd love to get your comments. Yes.
Well, I thought you had passed that on to Shem. A tough one. Yes, I think first and foremost, when we were starting the conversation on pension reform, we had the mindset, I think like Tete said, we need to mobilize long-term savings to implement long-term government investments. And that was priority number one. But when we started this conversation with now the labor unions and others learning better of it, I said, but you cannot bring a reform to just use our money. So the issue of trust comes in. Then the dimension had to change. And he said, okay, I think the principle is that we need to have a framework that can create a system that can build trust, that is very efficient, and that can provide a return to the member, and that can give that assurance of a long-term saving nature, 10, 20 years, 30 plus. And that's when the reform discussion had to be reorganized. Now, when you come into the political dispensation, I think at that point in time, we had probably got it wrong on what we should prioritize. And what we later learned that saving mobilization for long-term investment for government is actually a secondary output. So we had then to focus on the fundamentals. The beauty, the fundamentals are now working, and the result is that indeed the secondary result has yielded in a way that almost 75% of our portfolio is invested in government securities, and there's a market framework that can allude to that. But now the discussion is that given that this thing is working, so I'm calling it this thing, that's the local language, if this thing is working, then how can you support it further to attract more savings? And now that's where the new conversation comes in. But it will require a lot of commitment. It will require a lot of, now that it has a bit taken off, we think that a number of initiatives that we are beginning, the politicians are beginning to appreciate that if you supported this new vehicle, and I think it can be able to yield results. When we submitted the work we've so far done to the Ministry of Finance to now push the agenda for long-term savings mobilization, they begin to appreciate. And when we presented again this discussion to the politicians in Parliament, when they are looking for additional resources, they're beginning to appreciate, and they say, I think this is a very good vehicle. We need to support it. Now, how you manage that terrain is a different skill, unfortunately. You need to be mindful of the different dynamics embedded into it. And also the timing matters. For now, the number of initiatives to address the local person, we have the price development model, and the proposal we are now bringing to the table that as you promote the financial inclusion under that window, I think you can also help that person save for retirement. But because the uniqueness of that initiative and the characteristics that are embedded there, now we are trying to say that this has to be a different scheme, it has to be financed differently, it has to be managed differently. So the discussion is still ongoing. I don't think I have a direct answer to how to manage that political dispensation, but the beauty is that I think we are now getting concurrency and appreciation that there's a very great opportunity for long-term financing this market, and if we are to promote the uncovered population of 18, 17 million, if you can only get 10 million out of that and everybody is saving, 10,000 shillings a month, it could make a very significant difference. The numbers can speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I think you've covered that well. I want to turn to Dr. Shem. So, Dr. Shem, you talked about tax incentives as well as fiscal incentives. Now, with most of the informal sector excluded from the tax brackets currently, what role do you think fiscal incentives play? And do you feel that a standalone micro pension scheme can succeed without some sort of fiscal incentives coming through? What are your thoughts? And whilst you do that, there's also a question on the Slido about the BAO experience in Kenya as to why it didn't take off and what's not working.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think let me start with the question on BAO. I think the BAO question is very critical for us, and we have examined how BAO has operated over time. It was an innovation in 2011, supported a lot by the regulator, RBA, and I think even as at now, even though it has not performed as well as we thought it should have, it still remains one of the biggest independent pension plans that we have in Kenya. We have done a study on BAO, comparative study also across countries, and BAO has yielded lots of lessons that have gone to inform developments of other BAO-like pension schemes, not only in Kenya, but also in the continent. So from where we sit, many people think BAO has failed, but we see a lot of success stories coming from it. The current development on Kenya National Entrepreneur Savings Trust was born because of the impact of BAO, and it is trying to scale up the work that BAO has done. It's being supported by the national government, National Treasury and Economic Planning, and it is mobilizing enrollment amongst the informal sector workers. Additionally, I think we have also seen, and we have support in Kenya, and I think the question that Martin was answering just before Sandeep asked this question, how do we see the politicians behaving? I think in Kenya we see a very strong support from, let me call them politicians, but from the current administration especially, because they have championed another framework to mobilize informal workers' enrollment into pension arrangement through the Hustler Funds, and this is how the Hustler Fund works. It works for those who are able to access credit, and that credit, as was mentioned by Patrick, the chairman of FMA in Kenya, it grows with the amount you receive every time. But each credit that you take, 5% of it goes into savings. So that savings is divided into two components. One goes to an account where you can then again get credit out of, but 70% of the 5% goes into your pension account, and you only access it when you retire. And so that has mobilized quite a number of players in the informal labor markets to access credit, and without knowing they are getting enrolled into a pension arrangement. And I think that is beautiful, and I think I like the idea that, you see, it's very difficult for people to bring themselves to save for retirement on their own. So there needs to be a little bit an element of compulsion, and we have seen this work elsewhere. We have seen it work in Chile, we have seen it work in the UK, we have seen it work in New Zealand through the auto-enrollment programs. So we think that going forward, that could also be something to consider. So looking at the politicians, I think in Kenya there's a lot of support, and we only need to nurture that going forward. We have also seen them in Kenya also support us in another way. We have been working on a national retirement benefits policy for now a decade and a half. We may just be seeing light at the end of the tunnel. And one of the ingredients in that policy document is what we just talked about, some compulsion element. people don't bring themselves to save, but if you enable them to save, I think at the end of their working lives and when they can no longer work, they will thank you because you enable them to build up a fund that can support them in retirement. In terms of its fiscal incentives, yes, it works miracles. I think in Kenya, we have fiscal incentives, so if you save for retirement, the way the taxation system works in Kenya, if you save for retirement and as long as the amount you are put in savings is not more than 20 million, any savings below 20 million, it's tax-free, it's not taxed. And when that saving is invested and that's generated income, you also don't pay tax on that income. So tax is applied at the payout phase. But if you are able to persevere until you reach age 65, that is how the law currently sits, then you can also be able to access your pension tax-free. And we have several prayers on taxation in the draft national policy that is being considered by the cabinet as we sit. So yes, fiscal incentives work, but the beauty of pointing out to policymakers, those in government, the need to encourage people to save for retirement and give them fiscal incentives to do so is because in the long run, you are saving on social benefits that you pay them. In Kenya, we pay them to date 2,000 Kenya shillings a month to those 65 years and above. So imagine that the current working generation would be enabled to save. That would provide substantial savings for government to be able to pay cash transfers when these people are not working and they have no any other support system. So that saves a little bit of money for government. So the tax that they would forego now, I think is more than compensated by what they would have paid out of the exchequer. And we know our countries have serious exchequer issues such that pensions issues sometimes come down the lower scale in terms of privatization. And so that is, fiscal incentive is beautiful. Part of the reason why Mbaya has had challenges is because I think there was no provision on a fiscal incentive or any other benefit. But if you look at how Ejoheza in Rwanda has come into play, there are fiscal incentives, there are insurance incentives, there are death benefits, so it's being supported. And if you are also given some matching contribution, even if it is not perpetual, for some restricted time period, it encourages the souls of workers to be able to put something aside for their retirement as long as there's something being added to it. Those are measures that can be able to greatly encourage our workers to save for retirement. And I think the more we have, the better. And that can really grow pension coverage on the continent. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sherman. The APSA is a real test case for Africa. I mean, they've really taken a lead and a leap, and we really must commend the Rwanda for taking the lead in Africa. And those, from my assessment, those fiscal incentives in terms of matching contributions have really helped to push the saving. So that's great stuff coming out. Let me just turn, we don't have much time now, so Tete, just following on our previous conversation, what's the importance, do you feel, of bundling, offering a bundle solution? I mean, do you think that could address some of the challenges for insurance and pensions penetration?
I think that would play a very great role in helping drive this conversation. First and foremost, just pivoting back to some of the comments made, no advanced economy has reached where it is without any substantial investment in long-term savings schemes. Life insurance, pensions are the bedrock of driving these economies. To get people to get onto these schemes, these products must be innovative. It must speak to them in a way that tickles their imagination to want them to want to take on these pensions products. So the idea of bundling is a great thing. If an individual starts contributing from age 20 or age 25 or 30, starts earlier, he's able to build a significant capital. It's easy for you to take a portion of that and buy an insurance product that sort of guarantees double the amount of the savings in that account if that person were to pass away. If it survives to retirement, the quantum of money contributed allows you the opportunity to even provide a free medical service on top of that. So the opportunities for bundling are significant. If we're able to get the numbers on board, significant amounts of money, 0.5%, 1% of the entire portfolio is very significant in delivering the kind of bundled value in terms of insurance and pensions that we're looking for. So for me, these two go hand in hand. There's no way to leave insurance behind if pensions will thrive, because ideally, anybody who saves is thinking about the end date and when can I get the money. And so therefore, if you give him an opportunity to have some additional benefits along the journey, it could be a funeral cover for parents, in-laws, anything that would take away from the savings ambition can be provided for with an insurance cover. And that excites the contributor, in the interim, and allows him to travel the entire journey, and get to the end and get to age 65, because that fund he has created has provided for him various insurance benefits along the way. And even the promise of the fact that once he goes on retirement and doesn't have any health coverage, he still has access to premium health care because of the quantum of the amount he's invested in his pensions fund. And all these are available to the societies in which we're able to maximize, the inclusion conversation. Because remember, the magic number, 600 million people, $1 a day, that's $600 million a day. You're talking about billions and trillions of dollars that is sitting on our doorsteps, sitting in the little duka shops that we have to mobilize. But we need to give them a reason to be excited to do that. Maybe the way we serve them as in terms of customer service is important. These people want to see the person who's selling to them in their midst. Fortunately for us, in Uganda, we have a platform that works. SACCOs are everywhere. They believe in these arrangements. There are communities that come together. If you piggyback insurance and pension schemes on these platforms and the service that goes along with it on these platforms, there's acceptability, they're comfortable with it, they stay with it for longer, and we have a solution that works. So insurance, pensions go hand in hand. We're innovative, we're smart about it, create amazing awareness about it, and we're sitting on $1 trillion opportunity that we shouldn't let pass us by.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are all very, very good points. We probably need a whole day to discuss some of these things. This is Africa's $1 trillion problem and opportunity, as I think Gautam and Parul often say. I just want to turn very briefly to Jane. There's a question on the chat from Andrew of NCBA that this conversation about saving should start from right at the outset, at childhood. And I think perhaps you can build on that. And I know that as financial services regulators in Kenya, you've certainly been looking at doing this.
I think I'll echo what Patrick said, that if we started teaching our children right from classroom about financial literacy and savings and budgets and money, if we started teaching them right from the classroom, embed it in the syllabus as part of what they learn, I think it would go a long way. And constantly reminding them, I think it will help with ensuring that we have that necessary education for our population. And I just want to add that one of the other ways that we could also reach out to this informal sector is through the small communities and the associations. Many of the hawkers and the informal sector workers have their own sort of associations. And if we're able to reach out to those associations, even in the village, we have enough women groups who come together to put little money together every so often. And I'm sure that resonates a lot with most of us, and especially in the rural areas. If we are able to get to this kind of groupings through maybe the church or cooperatives like has been mentioned, it is, I believe it's possible to actually reach out and get more people into this bracket and have more people saving for pensions.
Thank you very much, Jane. I think I'm completely eating into the lunch break now. So I'm going to take the cue from Tamsin and just ask you that, say that, there's no magic bullet that we can to solve this problem, but could each of you just give me 2 one-words, not a discourse, but 2 one-words as to the 2 things that you think will change the needle on pensions inclusion in Africa. Let me start with you, Dr. Shem. Just 2 single words.
2 single words.
Okay, as you think, maybe Jane, you can.
Pension coverage, grown, I think.
grow. Okay. Jane?
Inclusivity and sustainability.
Okay. I think I've surprised all of you, but never mind, Martin.
Well, you talked of 2 words, but I strongly think that to resolve this equation, we need to leverage on the consumer behavior, indirect way of getting benefits, not the direct way.
Okay. Thank you, Martin and Tete.
I'll give you 2 plus a bonus.
All right.
Innovation and awareness and our ambition. We need to be ambitious.
Innovation,
about
awareness, ambition. I like that.
Thank you.
So I think on that note, let me call this panel discussion to a close. Can you please give a very big round to my panelists? I really, really hope that in Africa we can move from the conversations to concrete actions and get tangible results that we can showcase to the world. So look, I think Rwanda, as I said, has taken a leap. Many, many good stories happening in different parts of Africa. Let's get them to scale. So thank you all once again, everybody.
Mr. Sunip and your panel, thank you so much. We're requesting you stay there for a group photo. Yes. You've talked about action. We have started with an action of photos. All right. The gender inclusion on that panel mentioned something about mindset, and that if we can start this mindset rechanneling right from a tender stage, it would go a long way in actually creating a bargain for people in older times, saving for their old age, being productive at that. And it brought me to think of the Science Week that recently happened at the beginning of this month. That Science Week had pupils right from P1 going to attend to explore the possibilities of science and what they can do with the little they have. That was followed by Energy Week, and that Energy Week also still invited young people to the discussion rooms. In these rooms, they had panel discussions such as these, and there were young people to contribute. And I liked the inspiration I picked from them. According to young people, everything is possible. There's a solution to every single thing. One of the issues, of course, was using clean energy, renewable energy in transportation. So, for example, you do have the electric cars that are being advocated for. And so there was, that was their advocacy. Let's just go use the electric cars, buy electric cars so that we can have zero emission. However, when they were challenged by a question, so if the electric car, the battery runs out, for example, and I'm traveling a distance of 500 kilometers, perhaps I'm going to Gulu, and I can't charge from anywhere, the response of the young panelists was very simple. Carry an extra battery, carry a third battery. If you need 4 batteries, please do the mathematics and know how many batteries you need to charge your car in order to get to your destination. So I do concur with the room and our panel discussion this into afternoon now, making sure that the young people are inclusive in this sustainable conversation for pension in Africa would go a long way in changing the narrative. Okay, on to the order of business. You do have a tag that you're wearing to this conference. That tag has a barcode on it, and that barcode is simply to help us register you and be able to cater to you as we know best in Uganda. We are the most hospitable country in the entire African continent. So we request that if you have not yet registered, just scan the barcode on your tag and you'll be able to get the registration swiftly done, and then it can aid us in facilitating you for the rest of the day and the rest of the conference. Thank you very much. Now, on the other note, the session has closed up. We are calling for you to survey and participate in the poll that is up. So, requesting you to pull out your phones for just 2 minutes. Let's pull out those phones. Scan that barcode. This side of the room, I'm not seeing the phones coming out to do the scanning. There's a scanner on the other screen for that side of the room. And that barcode is going to lead you to slido.com. Now, when you get there, there are 2 elements. It is the Q&A, for which it has ended. So now we're going to respond to the poll. tap onto poll and respond to the survey there. If you have any difficulties, you can let me know and I have someone approach you. Is it working? Okay, the murmuring in the room lets me know that you're doing consultations on how to respond to the survey. That's a good thing. Okay, let's just use a minute to respond to that survey so that we can have an evaluation of session 2. We're going to be having session 3 rather. Session 3 is going to be coming up after lunch. It will be looking into jump-starting vulnerable micro-pension inclusion at scale. Micro-pension is something that has still come out of the 2 panel discussions that we have had so far. All right, time check is 25 minutes past 1 p.m. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the vocal gong of our lunch. Our lunch is going to be served in Victoria Hall, which is on the ground floor. So when you go back downstairs, that is where we're going to be serving lunch from. However, in order to have access to that lunch, we need to have you registered with the code that is on your tag. So please ensure that you also do that as quickly as possible. As you exit Katonga Hall, there will be some ladies to give you coupons in that regard so as to facilitate you to access the lunch area. And then we also want to let you know that at the end of it all, when it's done and dusted for today being the first day, we're going to be having and hosting you to a cocktail, which will be at Serena Hotel poolside. So at the end of our last panel discussion, we will be going for that cocktail. Please take note of that and make time to have further networking and interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first part of the conference, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, if you need any more help, any person you see wearing a flower, or for the gentleman wearing a handkerchief on their pocket, the jacket pocket, those are our hospitable people, and they are under UBRA. They will be able to attend to any query, any need, any help that you need. So if you need any help, please refer to a person wearing this flower or the handkerchief for the gentleman, and they will be able to attend to you. Otherwise, thank you so much for participating in the survey. I now officially close this part of the conference, release you for lunch. We will be back in the room at exactly 2:30 to continue on with the rest of the afternoon's agenda. Good afternoon.
And own businesses downtown. Their businesses have grown over the past few years and are doing well. Life is good and the future is bright for both Daudi and Brian. Let's check on Daudi and Brian 40 years later. Daudi has retired.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from your lunch. We're going to be starting the afternoon sessions in about 3 minutes. And so I ask that whatever engagements are happening in the room right now, let's serve them for the cocktail that will be later on by the pool side. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you're most welcome to the afternoon sessions of APSA Conference, the 4th annual conference of its kind. My name is Priscilla Regina Naluoga, and I'll be taking you on for the rest of the afternoon. Africa Pension Supervisors Association is having the 4th annual meeting convened under the theme Sustainable Pension Inclusion in Africa. We would like to have a recognition of some of the dignitaries that are amongst us that have joined us for the afternoon session, without negating the fact that we are in the presence of the director. Can we have order in the house? Thank you so much. Okay, we are in the presence of the chairman, UBRA Board of Directors. The CEO, UBRA, is here. UBRA is the hosting pension authority that does the supervision for us here in Uganda, and it's hosting all the African delegates that we do have in the room this afternoon. APSA, you are also equally recognized. The chairperson, as well as the executive, is amidst us. We are also joined by the permanent secretary from the Public Service Ministry, and that is Madame Catherine Bitara-Kwate. She has joined us. Madame Catherine, you're most welcome. Okay, all right. Before we go in further, just to see how our online audience has been interacting with us, I would like to ask my online team to give us a cast of how the hashtag has been performing and how people have been responding to the hashtag. All right, the hashtag that we are using is APSA Conf 23. And so in pictorial, you have myself. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we do have some comments, pictorial moments from APSA Conf 23. You do have, that's another picture. I would like to get some comments from people that have been in our online audience. We do have an online audience. We are streaming live on UBRA, Uganda, on their YouTube channel. It is streaming live. Picking up a comment here, the informal sector's biggest challenge is education, and this often becomes the silent barrier to savings and retirement. Therefore, we need to address education limitations to unlock opportunities for financial security. And then, of course, we do have the taggers there. And then we also do have other comments. The much anticipated moment that has arrived today, starting today, we had the welcoming remarks from Mr. Martin Suvuga. Truly an honor to welcome the APSA Conf 2023 to Uganda, and so on and so forth. Key lessons from Mazma Kasita on long-term savings for the informal sector are that vulnerable rather than mandatory contributions are essential for adaptation. That a pensions product should be bundled with an emergency of insurance. So those are some of the reactions. Please spread the words, and if you can equally, whatever you pick out in note, please share it on the X app there. You can look for APSA Africa on the X app. Just type in APSA Africa, and that is their handle on the X app. Equally, you can find them on Linked Africa Pension Supervisors Association on LinkedIn, and it will be able to engage with you and get all the other details that you require. Again, just to remind you that we're having in-house interactions through our technology platform known as Slido, and so you can be able to scan it on your phone and interact with us. For the next session, which is the 4th session, we're going to be requiring more interaction within that platform, as well as requested. There's some who would like to have their voices heard in question on the floor, so we'll have a consideration of that. Now, getting into the 4th session for this afternoon, we are looking to building synergy towards sustainable pension inclusion in Africa. Of course, the backbone of it, as alluded earlier, that 600 million young people are economically active right now, but in the informal sector, which excludes them from the formal pension and social protection arrangements and face the grim prospect of living an extreme poverty life for over 20 years after they are too old to work. That includes myself. If you look at the growth rate of elderly population in the continent, you do have 69 million having been registered in just 2017 alone. But if we are to project by 2050, that number will be in hundreds, and I'm talking about 226 million elderly people by 2050, meaning that the pride of a young population as Africa we have today will be translated into an elderly population, and how do we cover that gap? So I guess the big question will be answered with our fourth panel that will be looking into how jump-starting voluntary micro-pension inclusion can work to mitigate and bridge the gap in those figures. Of course, when you look at micro-pension, it's voluntary, it's for the informal sector, organizations that probably have 3 or less people under them, and we do have Dr. Nsubuga, Mr. Nsubuga, who actually alluded to the fact that this informal sector, yes, they want to adhere to what you're saying, they want to listen and actively participate in what you're saying, but they're thinking by the time they give you ear and respond to what you're doing, they're missing out on a shilling in their businesses. There was also the thing of financial illiteracy for the young population, because they're not well versed with the financial trends and elements that they are to enable them live a sustainable future as far as pension inclusion is concerned. They don't make the right decisions, among other things that were presented before us. But the big question moving forward is, can micropension be the next frontier of sustainable pension inclusion in Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, that question hopefully will be answered by the chair and his panelists. Welcoming Dr. Ohioma. Dr. Ohioma, you're most welcome. He's representing West Africa from Nigeria with the National Pension Commission.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's always a tough battle chairing a session just after lunch. But in this case, I believe the lunch is going to be an energizer for you, not a sleeping pill. So with other members of the panel, we're going to make sure you are very much awake to enjoy this session and the learning experiences. The informal sector in Africa has the highest number of the active working population. I thought it was 75%, but based on the figures earlier on, I'm seeing 86%, so the problem is even more challenging than I thought. So all of us here, both the regulators and as well as the policymakers in governments, have huge roles to play in ensuring that that segment of the population has a workable pension. And that will give some relief to the formal workers, because I don't know about you, but in Nigeria, those of us that have employment, regular employment, on a daily basis, we don't get anything less than 100 requests from dependents in the lower segment of the society looking for one help or the other. So we think with an active and workable pension system for the informal sector, that will give some relief to some of us that are seated here, you know, that work in the formal sector. So without much ado, I would like to just invite other members of the panel, starting with Gautam of Pinbox, Singapore, Benjamin from Obra, and Alan from the Deposits Protection Fund, Uganda. And I'd like to invite also Joseph from FSD Africa. Thank you. So to kickstart the session, we're going to have the opening presentation by Benjamin or Joseph. So from Dr. Regis. Sorry, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I hope they will help me put the slides. I'm Regis Hitimana from the Rwanda Social Security Board. I'm doing this on behalf of my colleague Herbert, who could not come here. But our Rwanda Social Security Board is the one that is doing administration of the EJOHESA that they kept referring to in the morning. And I'll give you in a few minutes a few elements of what is EJOHESA is all about. Seems the slides are not here, but I have them here with me. Oh, good. Yes. First, Rwanda. Rwanda is a small country in the heart of East Africa with 13.2 million population. GDP per capita, which is close to 1,000. We are still in low-income countries. I think on other statistics, I think when I was following the morning session, I was convinced that we have a lot of similarities with the numbers that Dr. Shem was presenting. I think the African numbers exactly, they are the same as Rwanda. The coverage of the informal sector remains below 10%. It's 9 exactly in Rwanda. And the elderly population is expected to double in only 2 decades. So I agree with Sandeep. We can't say we have a pension system with 10%, with 9%. So we need to work towards having a true pension system. Before EJOHESA, there was no means of saving for the 91% that are in working age population and mostly in the informal sector. A picture of the market somewhere would reflect on the population we are talking about. So maybe if I spare of the whole process, the need, I think it's appealing to everyone, and every government is trying to find a solution to the problem. In Rwanda, the Ministry of Finance, the regulators, and other stakeholders actually found Asia as a good benchmark, and they looked at different systems. They look at the expertise in Asia, including Gautam here present, to help design a product that responds to the demand of the country, but also builds on the infrastructure that was in place, which I'll talk about in the next few slides. So that's how we came up with EJOHESA. Right in the policies, in the laws, EJOHESA was created as a voluntarily defined contribution. Everyone is allowed to participate, regulated by the National Bank of Rwanda, and in the beginning it was managed by the Rwanda from the Ministry of Finance, but it was transferred to the Rwanda Social Security Board because of its experience in managing now 5 other schemes. Some of the features, it's voluntary, linked to national ID. Maybe it's good to mention that actually it's close to universal. Everyone aged 16 years and above should have an ID, and more than 85% actually do. So it's an infrastructure that was there to be used, and it's inclusive. There is no one who is excluded, including people who have the other pension options. They are free to join. And it provides income replacement at age 55 as monthly pension benefit, but when you saved below a cutoff that was set at almost 4,000 USD, you will receive it as a lump sum at a go. I would discuss about the reforms that we are working on that. It was created with 3 short-term benefits, and I presented here 2 typical persons, Martha and John, on their savings with an estimated 10% return on investment. It has been always above that because the cost of administration so far is by the government. It's not from the return on investment. If, let's say Martha is saving $20 a month, that's how much she will be collecting, given the 10%, the return on investment. And John, if he's saving $10 a month, that's the orange bars are showing. So the red bar that I'm presenting is showing when you can start benefiting short-term benefits. So anything, the idea was you first secure what is minimum required for your retirement when you reach 50, 55. Then you start enjoying short-term benefits on housing, education, and collateral, anything above 4 million. So depending on how much you save, you reach that bar very fast. But I will discuss more on how that bar, although it shows it's low, it is higher than the average saving that we are seeing in practice. Second, that was not enough. I think this is what maybe EJOHESA is to share as experience to other countries. The fiscal incentives that were embedded into EJOHESA, it's not in the law as a given, it is by the government as a side instrument to interest people to join. So depending on your socioeconomic category, where you belong, I think maybe it's good to say that we have a categorization of every household in Rwanda in 4 socioeconomic categories, depending on your assets, your income, and the government incentives were created around those categories because it means a lot to category 1 and 2, who are only required to save about $15 and to get the same, and maximum was set at 18,000. So we have seen it as actually an incentive. People always thrive to reach that target so that they receive, and when we delay dispersing it, it becomes number 1 reason for calling our call center. So it means that it is actually having the effect that we are seeing. Similarly, so category 3, the bar is set high, 18,000. Category 4, it's set at 72,000. Category 4, which is the wealthiest, will not receive matching contribution, but everyone will receive a life insurance and funeral insurance, depending on their annual savings. So these incentives have proven to work. One of the reasons we see this working is they were set for 3 years, and they got expired recently, about more than a year ago, and we have started seeing a drop in savings, and now we are renewing. Government has committed to another 3 years because it has proven to work in terms of incentivizing informal sector. This is the numbers on savings, annual, year by year, cumulatively. So we have so far collected about $35 million in savings, and total asset under management the year that ended in June was about $46 million, maybe $45 million. The difference between 35 and 46 is return on investment and matching contribution, because all the 2 are added on people's saving, and it makes the total asset under management. Interestingly, maybe it's good to discuss about gender. The formal sector there is an imbalance in the informal, in female participation. That comes from education. You know, the more you go up in education, the less you see female reaching the level of university, the less you see them in the labor, in the formal sector. So far, in our formal pension scheme, we have only 34% of female contributors. Ejoheza has come as a solution. We have seen more female saving in terms of numbers and how much they save. So 51% of savings come from female, and they constitute about also 51% of the savers. So it's an interesting and encouraging development because we are addressing the gap that used to be there. Some of the key success factors, I think the design itself was fit for the intended audience. There's no frequency of saving. You can save once, you can save 10 times, you can bring all your savings for 5 years. When maybe you sell your asset, you can just save. We have seen people saving about 5,000 US dollar at a go. So it's free. When you have your harvest, when you have your regular income, myself as a salaried, I joined this and I asked our HR to deduct from my salary to go to Ejoheza. So it's really flexible. The ecosystem of financial inclusion, you can create your account on your phone, keep savings as you wish. As telephone penetration, we are at 78. All the statistics we're talking about for Africa are exactly the Rwandan statistics. Incentives that I discussed before. Also collaborating with institutions that have grassroots set up, including NGOs, cooperatives that work closely with the population. We don't see people saving a lot in banks, but people save outside the banks. There are informal saving structures in all the communities, the return on investment, and of course, mass mobilization. My last slide, we are now thinking about the future. And we are starting calling, because of the changes you are bringing, we are calling it Ejoheza 2.0. Why? Because, yes, we have reached a point where the routine way of doing will not take us as far, will not keep the speed we have had in the last 4 years. So we want to make saving part of the culture, and we need to facilitate it with technology. So, and maybe it's not new to, actually Ugandan colleagues were presenting the same. We want people to save as they spend. We integrate with mobile money operators so that people set a contribution that will go to Ejoheza without thinking about it, without dialing a USSD to save, which is the current situation. People will be saving instantly, so hopefully we see more persistent saving and total accumulated saving after a certain period of time. We want to facilitate people setting a standing order on their banks and on their Momo. If you get paid once a month where you work as whatever, I don't know, household worker, if you get paid once a month, you can set up your monthly saving on a date that we'll be setting up. Same for banks. We want also to the experience that some employers are showing, persistent saving also comes from where you set your saving at. So employers who can help us facilitate their staff. We are discussing with the tax authority on VAT rebate. Actually, we are in agreement. It's only a ministerial order that is about to be published. So on every VAT, people who will request a VAT invoice, they will be getting 10% out of it. So on that 10%, the tax authority have accepted to set a percentage that goes straight to Ejoheza, which people can decide to increase, but there is a minimum that will be automatic. I think that will make also a huge difference. Also, short-term benefits that we're providing were set high. Minimum of $4,000 saving is not reachable by majority. Thank you. Where 30% of your savings can go to an account that you can withdraw, that you can access easily without restriction, but 70% can be sent to the retirement account. And we also have seen a lot of requests from formerly employed people who have other saving options to withdraw 100% when they retire. For us, if it can bring more people in the scheme, it's not a problem. They can withdraw 100%. We are also putting this in the next iteration of the legal instrument. That's what I had to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you'll have to come here. Thank you for your presentation. Some of the key lessons from your presentation are: one, incentives, government's participation and support. Secondly, segmentation of the population, as well as the gender sensitivity and support for women. So I would like to call on Joseph. A study was carried out in Uganda, sponsored by the FSD Africa. So Joseph is going to speak to that.
Ubra.
Okay.
Yeah, Ubra will speak to that.
Okay, Uba will speak to that. Benjamin? Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Benjamin Mochivi from the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I head the Research and Strategy Directorate, and I'm pleased to be here to share about our experience and whether indeed there is a business case for pension inclusion going through this informal sector angle, because all the time we've been discussing about what it is we can do in Uganda to get more Ugandans to save for retirement. And a lot of questions come up. They say, but these are poor people, they are not employed, can they save? Can we really make a difference? At the same time, when you look at all the literature we've been having over the past 30 years, we are only problematizing. We're saying people are not saving for retirement. What is it that we can do? Many are excluded to the extent that if we do not do anything about it, the fiscal and social stress that we are going to have in the future will be a burden for all of us, the families as well as government, because already we are making nominal contributions by giving about 25,000 to the elderly. That shows you that if 25,000 Uganda shillings can make a difference, what if we graft onto what it is that we know now, the opportunity of having the second largest population, youth, second youngest population in the world, next to Niger, because over 78% of Ugandans are below the age of 30. So this is a very good opportunity to set a stage for making contributions. I want you to display my presentation such that I make this business case very well. Then I show what it is that the feasibility has been able to show us. But as they display this presentation, 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, I got a book from Pinbox, and it was about Asia and pensions. And I see that in Asia, baby steps were made. They started by trying to see what it is we can do. And there is no mix-up, because in the literature we have on the continent, we are talking about fiscal informality, we are talking about legal informality, and not so much about labor informality. So we look at informality from an enterprise perspective, businesses, taxes, and incentives for businesses to grow and create jobs. So you find that our interventions are not so much to also consider that labor informality is constraining some of the key actions we must take to make sure that we bring Ugandans on board. And the same is the case when you look at the rest of Africa. Labor informality is looked at from a point of view of saying, well, these are people who cannot get into the formal workplace, and yet they are transacting, they're doing business, they're making money, and they're employing people. So when I read that book, thanks to Gautam and Parul, I noted that labor must be looked at it as labor. Don't mix up taxation and don't mix up complying with this and that. Then you can have a clear lens of what it is we have as a challenge when you look at our labor markets and the characteristics as they relate to pension inclusion. I think the gentleman is unable to display. Excellent. Very good. So, yes. So, I think that gives us a good grounding for agenda setting as a continent, because you will look at all these numbers, and as they relate to inclusion, at the same time you have a debate about us making sure that we mobilize revenue, that we collect taxes from the so-called informal sector. So the literature one side is talking about what it is we can do to mobilize more revenue. At the same time, we look at so many young people who are transacting and they do not have a clear channel or arrangement that can give them the opportunity to save for retirement. So I'd like to urge you that as we think about pension and drawing from the feasibility as we make a business case, we try to compartmentalize and look at labor informality such that we are able to make the entry points that allow us to include those that can actually save for retirement. So as you can see, the opportunities are there, the young population. You look at the fact that we are transacting using technology. You're looking at the capabilities we have across the country in terms of the institutions that regulate financial sector players. So there is a lot of opportunity in that space. So the opportunity and the business case before even we go into the feasibility is by just looking at the numbers. We have about 8 million self-employed workers without pension benefits. We have just a few that we think, if we excluded basing on the numbers, that need to be supported, more like government is supporting the very old. Then we have the salaried workers, about 2.4 million. So the opportunity is there because most of our citizens are involved in business that is non-standard. It was mentioned this morning that they call it non-standard work, those that are not earning a salary, but if they're transacting, just like the case is with Njoheza, then indeed we must think about that. But at the same time, when you look at the projections and you try to examine what are we doing about those that will be above 65 in the next 10, 20 years, there's not much we are doing. Probably we'll give them handouts. They're not many, but the projections I saw this morning show that by 2060, and from the speeches that we had this morning, we shall have a very good number of citizens in Uganda and on the continent that will be above 65, about 200 to 300 million, they say. So there is a lot that we can do to make sure that we use the opportunity of a young population, but at the same time ensure that we plan for those that are not saving at the moment. So what is preventing us to move forward? we examined the supply side and the demand side. We started off about 5 years ago with the support of FSD Uganda and the World Bank, where we examined some of the entry points. What is it that we can do? We piloted. There is a scheme called Mazima, one called Kasita, just to see what does it take for you to get voluntary contributions from informal sector workers or those engaged in non-standard work. And what we see is that it's not possible. It doesn't make a business case for a private person to get voluntary savings in and facilitate the whole process and all the marketing, because there are demands on the ICT grounds, there are commissions to come in, sensitization, a lot of patience. It must be a social purpose objective. That's one of the learnings that we have. It must be government. We must know that it will not be done by private individuals if we are going to rope in the 8 million that can make substantive contributions over time. So clearly the investment that we must inject in this project is one that must have government support. And government support in a sense that the poor people will not save on their own. Just the case has been with Injoheza. There is incentivization that you need, at least for the start. You need to incentivize these citizens to make those nominal contributions. They get used to the idea of saving for retirement, and then you move forward with it. So the case studies we've heard, the pilot schemes that we've had are all pointing to a national project, just like the case is with Rwanda, to make sure that we rope in all these citizens that are transacting with their phones and they're doing all sorts of business, the 8 million that I showed to you. Now, on the supply side still, when you look at the ecosystem, we're talking about technology, we're talking about points of presence, grafting onto already existing institutions. We note that capacity is not fully in place to expect that private individuals will do it. And we're saying that we need to ensure that we look at governance, we look at the investments in ICT, to look at marketing, to look at that guarantee that members get good outcomes. So we have to tie together all these things, and the feasibility is clear on showing that the investment in technology is high. But when you start using it to deliver results over the long term, then there's a business case. So technology is going to be very important if Uganda is to set up a national long-term savings scheme. So this feasibility paid a lot of attention to the demand side, because so many times the argument is affordability, that poor people can't save, let's not bother them. They have immediate and near future needs. And how can we think about 20, 30 years from now? They have low incomes. And we are saying that where it has worked, there is a business case, because even when you start small by making nominal contributions, in the end, it's better than getting the about $4 to $3, $3 to $4 or $5 per month. You can do better when you start early. We are talking about fiscal incentives and co-contributions from government, as well as flexibility in the arrangement, how you save, how you draw your benefits, or the payouts and the benefit structure that you may have. So we need to have an approach that is responsive to the needs of informal sector workers, and that's so central to the success of the national long-term scheme that is proposed for Uganda. So one asked me, what about the methodological considerations? What about the theoretical considerations? For today, we are going to share with you the key learnings from the feasibility. The detailed reports are available, drawing lessons from Nigeria, from Rwanda, from Asia, Indonesia. We've looked at a number, and some of the normative aspects we've heard have been to really say, okay, what is it? Let's try to look at the demand side from the perspective of a Ugandan. And it became clear that if we're to succeed with this, the demand side is so nervous about confidence, about trust. And we say we need a legal framework, not to regulate and do things again, but we need a thin act that only focuses on the special features of a national long-term savings scheme. Because we are talking about incentives, we are talking about a benefit structure that is flexible and responsive to the client groups that we are looking at. So the feasibility is proposing a new law that will guide this whole process, that will establish the national long-term savings scheme for Uganda. I mentioned that government is central to drive this agenda in terms of the investment that we must put in it. We also have to leverage on technology. We want to find people where they are. Thankfully, Uganda has a national ID system which will be central to the KYC and all that you need to do. And already people, millions of Ugandans are transacting with their phones. So there is an opportunity there. We need to graft onto already existing institutions, what would be the points of presence. We have an infrastructure and an ecosystem that has players that need to be roped in to deliver on this. That's why government is very central to it. Then we need to have the flexibility that will ensure that we do not challenge the people that are transacting, because if we say there are special characteristics for the informal sector, yes indeed. So we need to be flexible on contributions, on benefit payouts, to cater for emergencies they should be able to access, but all that must be defined by the Act. Then the product basket that is being proposed is one that is responsive to the needs, because along the way we realize that the disruption that you get from the way informal sector workers do business can undermine their ability to make contributions. So they need those flexibilities. You need to give them loans. They must have an insurance feature that allows them to continue contributing, because it's one thing to enroll, but to sustain it, to keep enrolled and make those contributions is central to the success of such a scheme. Then lastly, I think across the continent, trust is an issue. People do not trust systems, they do not trust technology, they want to validate everything. And I always tell my colleagues that when I spoke to colleagues who go to study in different countries in Europe, they find that Africans will still get the money and then go to the supermarket to transact. They never use their cards. Then others from the ATM, they draw the money, then they all count and validate how much it is. So that gives you an idea of what we're talking about, that how can you give confidence to an informal sector worker that just by transacting with the phone, I'm sure that my balance will be credited and that I'll get an interest on it when it is invested, and that after 20 years, I will be able to get money that will transition into a decent retirement. So I thank you very much, and I look forward to good deliberations on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. We require an ecosystem for this to work. Every stakeholder has a role to play, and we believe it will work. We just have to put our hands to do the dirty work and get going. Joseph, we just want to get your perspectives. I know you were involved in this study, so would you just give us your perspectives on this topic? Thank you.
First of all, I just need to clarify that from FST Uganda. I know people confuse FSTs with FST Africa. FST Africa is just one of our brothers as part of the FST network, but we are actually different. That aside, one of the things that we've learned at FST is that addressing issues of the low income, financial inclusion for low income segments is just an issue. It's beyond just a responsibility of the financial sector. Many times we tend to look at financial inclusion as an issue of product development, appropriate products, access and technology. And I think that's why there's a lot of emphasis on things like micro, because we assume that these people are earning less, so we need to design products that sort of suit their level. So you have things like microfinance, micro-pension, micro-insurance. But we realize that if you're to crack the puzzle of increasing access to finance and getting these people out of poverty, we need to look beyond finance. We need to take a holistic view. Yes, we need to address the pain points within the financial sector, most of which have actually been highlighted, like how we can make finance more affordable, build infrastructure that is easily accessible. But at the end of the day, if I don't have money, I'm not going to save. No matter how much you force me, if I don't have money, I'm not going to save. So as we try to solve the pain points within the financial system, at the same time, we need to address the issue of productivity. We need to empower this segment so they can earn consistently. It's only then that, one, they will find it, even on their own volition, imperative for them to save, because they will be earning money. But at the same time, the financial system will see them as a viable market, because now they will begin to see a consistency in their incomes. And we believe that as we deal with the issues on the financial system, government and other stakeholders need to work on the issue of productivity. And unless we do that, sooner or later, even when government subsidizes and matches their investment, it's going to become a fiscal burden. It's going to become a fiscal burden. And like I think our colleague from Rwanda just intimated, when they were thinking of stopping the subsidy, they began to see a drop in the savings. The question is, for how long are you going to do that? So if we can address that, then I believe it will go a long way in building the sustainability we are talking about, the sustainability of the pension systems. We can have the best technology systems, but once we don't address the income side, I'll conclude with this. From our national statistics, 90% of the Ugandan households earn less than $3,000 a year. And I'm talking about the entire household. And that 3,000 includes both nominal and non-nominal income. That's very, very, very little money. And the same statistics tell us that over 95% of household expenditure is on food and beverages, it is on housing, it's on education, and it's on health. Those are things that are competing with pension savings. A farmer in whatever village will have to make a decision on whether to save or to take their children to school, to make sure they have a good place to stay, to make sure they have food on the table. And by the time they have allocated the money to those things, there's no more money to save. So meaning that beyond just addressing the issue of productivity, we need to address the issue of affordable housing, affordable health care, and affordable education. If we can get those out of the way, we'll have almost addressed 50% of the challenge of these people saving. We'll have saved them the hassle of making a decision between saving and taking their children to school. If someone else is providing education, and someone else is paying for my health care, then I have sufficient disposable income to be able to put it away for long-term savings. But if I have to pay for my health, I have to pay for my child's school fees, I have to look for where to stay, and I have to put food on my table, and all those things are on my head, it's always going to be a very tall order for me to make that decision. So as we're trying to crack this puzzle, yes, it's important to address the pain points within the financial system. They are critical, but we need to think beyond finance.
Wow, Joseph, I think you brought a new perspective to this. Government has a huge role to play, apart from providing incentives. I think the most important is actually taking care of social infrastructure, education, health. If those are in place, that they are affordable, it will make the generality of the populace to have enough to save. And that cuts across all countries in Africa. Gautam, you have a bird's eye view of and knowledge of micropension based on your support for the Rwanda as well as the Ugandan government. So just want to hear from you what's your own perspectives too on upscaling. I think that's the most important thing. How do we upscale micropension in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, great presentations, and I think very good learnings from Dr. Regis as well, though I think Dr. Regis was being modest. I think Rwanda has actually done very well. And I think some of the things that, Mr. Chairman, that perhaps were not adequately mentioned, which contributed to the success of Ejoheza, I think, one, is clearly leadership and governance. I mean, Rwanda is what we saw when we worked there for a couple of years, that on these two fronts, that country was doing extremely well. The second thing I think they did was they decided to run with a national scheme which was centrally administered. So what this meant was that, say, somebody like Dr. Regis could actually be now sitting here with his phone, and he would know in which district in Rwanda how many people have enrolled since Gautam started talking. Because I talk a lot of people might have enrolled by the time I finish talking, but generally speaking, I think you'll find that getting good data and MIS in real time has helped RSSB to respond, very, very positively and proactively. And I don't think that they saw Ejoheza as a ribbon-cutting ceremony, where the president launches a scheme and then they sort of sit back. I think the attitude at RSSB and the Minocofin has always been, okay, how can we learn? How can we do better? And this Ejoheza 2.0, I think, is a very good example of that. The third thing I think that contributed to the success in Rwanda has been the idea of a mission office. So what typically tends to happen is, if I'm the Ministry of Finance or even if I'm the regulator, there are so many other competing priorities, and you end up, sort of always deciding between the urgent and the important. And unfortunately, pensions falls in the important side of things, and invariably gets, things get deferred. So what Rwanda did was they actually, in the beginning itself, they set up a mission office. And this mission office was just a bunch of guys, some of them from Pinbox, some from who were national experts, who would jump out of bed every morning with just a single point agenda. How can we get this scheme off the ground? How can we get 6 million people to start saving for old age? They had no other conflicts, no other, duties, nothing. So I think the mission office was important, partly because of the team that did this, but more importantly, because I think it cannot be that just one RSSB or one Minocofin or one AFR or FSD made all the difference. There was there were so many different ministries. You had the National ID Agency, you had the guys who were running Ubudehe, you had, field cooperatives, you had agencies like CARE, you had banks, telcos, payment companies. Everybody had to work in a well-coordinated fashion. And I think that coordination came with a mission office that was set up. The fourth, I think, is maybe to the point that Joseph mentioned, is that Rwanda also has set up an exceptionally sound health insurance scheme which is almost universal. And I think the fact that people are not necessarily spending all of their, a large part of their consumption expenses on health created more affordability. And I think that was important. Just a couple of points I thought that I'd like to just mention here, and which is also leading up to what, say, Benjamin and the team at Urbra are trying to do. My sense is that, and as came out in the morning, we had the MC also talking about the fact that we are not one country. We are a continent, and each country is very unique and very different. And yet, I think it is important for us to not only focus on our differences, but to focus on things that make us somewhat similar. And I think there could even be similarities between, say, Uganda and Bangladesh. Forget Uganda and Rwanda. So I think it's important to see what are the similarities, and therefore, what are the lessons that we can draw. Just 2 points, Mr. Chairman, I know, please bear with me. I've already confessed to my problem with brevity, is that, one, I think the reason we think it's a useful term to think of micro pensions is not so much because we're saying, this is really for poor people. I think the thing is because it focuses our attention on important things like access, easy access, simplicity in product design, low transaction costs, And if we can do it, if we can make it easy for a Boda person in Kampala to save, say, 500 shillings a day, then we've actually cracked the transaction cost problem for somebody who's saving 5,000 shillings or 50,000 shillings a day. And I think that, is important. The second is, we are talking about a fairly young and aspirational population, right? So the people who are in Africa, they're young, but I see a lot of aspirational people. They really want to do better tomorrow than they're doing today. And I think that's something that we should look at. The one way to think about maybe to make pensions more affordable and savings more affordable, and I completely agree with Joseph that we do need, more economic development, we need, better jobs, we need better incomes. But I think it is also possible to make pensions and retirement savings more affordable by linking savings with income flows. So like whenever I sit in an auto rickshaw in India or in Uber somewhere in, say, Kampala, much to the disappointment of the cabbie or the cab driver, I always keep discussing pensions. Do you save for old age? And the normal responses are, yeah, initially, of course, their reaction is that please go out of my car. I don't want to discuss pensions. But, once you start engaging, the thing is, we really have no money left. By the 25th, I have no money and I have to pay children's fees, there's education, there's emergencies, and so many expenses. So people find it difficult to make a plan to save for old age because there's never enough money. Okay, and every time I have the same conversation. Okay, you are earning $400 or $300. You could save $30 a month, but you're not doing so at the moment. Can you save $1 a day or a half a dollar a day? And instantly it changes. Oh yeah, half a dollar. If I have a coffee, I finish off that half a dollar. Or if I have 2 cigarettes, my money's over. So I think if we can allow the same cabbie to save $1 a day, instead of forcing him to save $30 a month, he could actually save $30 a month and perhaps be non-poor when he's old. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Gautam. 2 key things I picked up from your talk: the need for credible data, as well as a dedicated and coordinated team to drive this. So that's the ecosystem one talked about, having all key stakeholders, involved in making sure this comes to pass. Alan, I know you're an investment guy, so my question to you is,
and it goes beyond the micro pension scheme, generally about the pension system. Investment of the pension assets to provide or to preserve the intrinsic value. So we're looking at the impact of inflation. You're saving for a long time, and it's also a sort of concern. You save for a long time, and the value of what you've saved is devalued by inflation. And so that is also one of the things that are looked at by contributors. Why should I save for 30 years when at the end, when I'm leaving, the value of my pension savings is not enough to take care of my later years? And it also applies to the informal sector workers. Why should I save now? They have other traditional savings, communal savings, trade association savings, competing with pension savings. So what value can we, as pension regulators or pension fund managers, provide or give to those the informal sector workers to attract them to the pension scheme?
Thank you very much, Chair. And permit me also to share a thought or two to some of the things Joseph highlighted, as well as Benja. Then I also speak to the question around the assets that could help us manage our investment in the long term. And I do that because I participated in the research, the feasibility that we are discussing. And there were some key insights that were very interesting. One of the things we discovered during that feasibility was that a number of youth do actually generate earnings that should generate sufficient savings. But this money is diverted to activities like gambling, for soccer, that's a common one here. Entertainment. In our research, we identified that it is possible for youth that are in informal employment to generate up to 100,000 Uganda shillings. That's about $30 a month. If they redirected their activities away from spending on leisure and moving it into saving. It informed and was a basis for our assessment of the viability of this scheme, because we are able to identify where the money will come from. And so one of the key things for us was that we're able to see that the appetite and the ability exist within the informal space. We are not saying there will be full coverage. There are individuals that we know that are in abject poverty, and those will still persist, and there are different measures that are being taken or need to be taken to cover them. But we are looking at capturing at least 10% to 20% within the informal sector and bringing those into a formalized arrangement. It's very surprising that women in the marketplaces are one of the most consistent savers, and our research was able to show this. They participate in village savings and loan associations. They are very active in those. They are very active in investment clubs. And at the grassroots level, micro pension is already happening. So we are not discussing a new topic. What we are discussing is a transition. How do we move from the informal arrangements that exist and are dispersed and bring them together into a formalized, structured, organized system that then we can plan for over 30 to 50 years. So our job here as technocrats is not to say that we are bringing a new product to the space. We are actually channeling their energy and creating a new vehicle that then they can believe in. So one of the things that we identified, and they kept asking us, particularly when we were in the market, what else beyond saving? And so the conversations borrowing from what we are seeing in other countries was they wanted security in terms of where they will stay when they are old. Because a lot of these women are waking up at 3 a.m. to cook porridge for border men who are going to come in at 5. And they will be the last to leave the market at around 10 p.m. So what happens, and they are aware that when they become older, they will not have a place to sleep. So some of the things they were looking for is that beyond me saving money, is there additional arrangements you are bringing on board? And they were very clear that if we can bring additional aspects, medical insurance for old age, accommodation in old age, if we're able to bring some of these things and create a bundled product, they are likely to shift from where they are with their village savings, and they could channel some of these funds into a structured arrangement. So that is something that is important for us to have at the back of our minds. Now, in terms of how do we then also ensure that this money they are giving to us is adequate down the line? We can, of course, borrow from the traditional investments we are doing. If we look at what the traditional pension funds, the more structured pension funds are doing, they're investing in government bonds. That has been a key driver on how they generate or protect investments. We have seen some of the bigger schemes investing in real assets, putting up properties, investing in younger companies, lending to SMEs, providing funding for infrastructure. All these are avenues that are available, and they could be borrowed and brought on board also to be available to an informal sector scheme. But we can go beyond that. We know that the majority of participants in the informal sector are running ventures of some sort. They either have a dukkha, a small shop, they are doing logistics, moving groundnuts from one point to another. They are crushing groundnuts to create paste. It's a big business in Kampala. You know, if you had lunch today, there was a pink paste. It's a billion-shilling business in downtown Kampala. There is a crushing system. Groundnuts are brought from upcountry by trucks. They are brought into Kampala every morning, crushed, and then moved across your lunch dishes and everything. But how do we support them? I believe that we can use these systems to collect funds, pool funds, create liquidity pools that can again go back to create impact in those ventures. Because if they are able to pool funds, a portion of those can be used as venture capital. It can be used as impact funds to support them grow their businesses, as well as permit them to do savings. So we can address two problems at the same time. Because another issue that was highlighted in the research is that while they want to grow, they understand their businesses, they understand their activities, they are constrained by their inability to access credit. They are not eligible to use formal systems. So if we want to formalize them on one side through savings, we must give them the avenue through which they can access credit or liquidity to support them to thrive and sustain. So I believe that if we add these 2 points together, we provide them with a structure that allows them to save, but we also use a portion of these funds to finance or provide liquidity for their ventures. then the value proposition becomes compelling. I believe that if we follow this approach, we are likely to have a more successful design that brings informal sector and creates a long-lasting pension scheme that is targeting the gig, informal, and unemployed sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your perspective. Now we're going to go into questions and answer. So from the audience, if there are questions.
I just have a question for Dr. With the success of the scheme, was the public-private partnership an important aspect of what you do?
Yes, thanks. That's an interesting discussion. I think, yes, true to it, but it will even be more important in EJOESA 2.0, where the public sector, especially in those engaged in mobile transactions, banks, we have contracts with banks now, where we have charges that are negotiated, given the volume, given the numbers. But the more we are growing in numbers, the more it is becoming less costly. And with the persistent saving that we are foreseeing in the future, I think more aggregators in the private sector will be sought and engaged beyond banks and mobile network operators. We are scanning all around how do people spend money, how do people have access to money. I hope we have come up with new ideas of who else we can bring on board to help us collect money. So far we have banks, we have MNOs, and we are changing the structure to allow intuitive savings. We have also worked, we are also engaging with, there is another public-private company that is providing government services, and people pay for it. So if I need my driving license, if I need my birth certificate, I don't queue at the public office. There is an agency that can collect my request and provide. So they also have a big reach in the communities, and they help people are used to their services, to their agent network. This is also one of the stakeholders that we are looking to engage with. They are already helping collecting health insurance, and thanks Gotham for complimenting me. I think the experience of health insurance coverage has helped RSSB also to share lessons with EJOESA. So the collection of health insurance, actually it's more than 90%. So we are also looking at those two channels through which people serve, and it has been always with public-private partnership. So we'll help also use them to collect for EJOESA. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name once again is Hajat Seviala, and my comments, I have a comment and a testimony to give, but I'll start with a comment on Mr. Muchibi's submission. Thank you so much for the proposal about this national pension, that scheme. But of course, as we know government, the policies, it may take a bit of time. In that case, we need for the time being to actually encourage the private ones that are there. The testimony that I want to give, Mazima has been floated there as this Mazima savings scheme, the voluntary benefits scheme. And I am a member of the Mazima voluntary benefits scheme. And the testimony I want to give is that it has actually helped very, very many to increase on their saving abilities. And I just want to answer the questions. The trust, you said the issue is trust, as they said by Mr. Muchibi. For us in Mazima, the trust comes from the fact that UBRA is actually regulating Mazima and put in place systems where we have trustees, and the chairman of the trustees is here in this room. We also have administrator, and the administrators are here in this room, and a custodian, but we have somebody else who helps us to coordinate. And how we do it in Mazima is that the income side, how we ensure that actually people bring in the money to save. Every Thursday, we have a WhatsApp group where members advertise what they do, and we encourage members to buy from what members do, so that we increase on the income, and these people are able to save. And every Friday, we have, every once in a quarter, we have financial literacy training that people come to us to talk to us about how to improve our financial literacy and be able to save. And ours is save at source, save before spending. Because once you start spending and think you are going to save what is the balance, then certainly there will be no balance. So whatever you receive, however small it is, make sure that you save a percentage, whether it is 10%, 5%, as you decide, or even 20%. But the issue is save before you spend. So whatever you get, make sure that you save. And the other thing is that at Mazima, we know that it is save me, the money is talking to us and telling us, save me today, I'll save you tomorrow. Yes, I can see maybe members, you can clap for that for Mazima. Yes, so the money is saying, save me today, I'll save you tomorrow. I think, Chairman, the testimony is a long one, but I wish to stop here. At least you've heard, Mazima is here, and the chairman is here, and all these other members are here. I'm sure if there's time, they will add on to my testimony. I thank you so much, and yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Mama Green. Doctor, we do have some interactions on Slido. We do have Godwin Simba who's asking, how do we find a nexus between uptake, adequacy, and private/public incentives to drive micro pensions? And it also has part B to it. How do we harmonize and measure success in Africa?
So he's going to take that. Benjamin, you want to take that?
Yeah, thank you. The question about uptake is something that we thought about, and we've been thinking, how can we have a response to the challenge of uptake? Because we know that saving in itself is not something that in the continent that we do well, because across Africa, the saving rates are very low. But we also see that there is an opportunity, because what is stopping people to save for retirement are those things that we can address, like we've talked about confidence, but at the same time, the immediate and near future needs create a disruption that undermines the possibility to make that decision. That's why we are making a case for nominal contributions across the board. Because when you make nominal contributions, even when it is a default option, that you commit from day one that when I transact, whether I'm buying airtime, I'm buying data, or any other transaction, once you make that commitment that you can make a nominal contribution, then you seamlessly do it. And you see that over time, the compounding effect makes a case for you to make even more savings. But how do you measure it? I will speak from the perspective of what UBRA is doing about measuring. For us, it's about member outcomes. we think about the member, we don't even look about the so many members as a group, but what does the member get at the end? Why do I say it? The moment you think about the member, then you measure better. So assuming we set up a national long-term savings scheme for Uganda, and we see that those who are saving with the scheme have good outcomes, then we know that we are succeeding. Because more often than not, when we talk about savings, we talk about numbers, we talk about billions and trillions, but when it comes to the member, you realize that so many do not have that much in terms of adequacy. And there's been a debate about coverage vis-a-vis adequacy. What is it? If you're covered or enrolled and you have nominal savings, are you covered? Because coverage should transition into adequacy. So we are looking at measurement by ensuring that it's not only about you enrolling, but you are active during that period when you are able to make those contributions, such that when you retire, the whole framework from the time you start contributing to investment to benefit payout should be efficient to get the results that are critical for a member to live a decent life. So that's how we are looking at it, and we would like everybody to look at it that way through our framework for member outcomes. Thank you.
Chair, allow me to just add in one thought. That one of the things we find successful for the mandatory schemes has been that there is a carrot and stick element. You can send the money voluntarily on a regular basis based on a formula, but if you don't, there is a penalty, there are severe ways that the mandatory scheme will still recover the funds. But when we are thinking about a voluntary scheme of this nature, what kind of mandatory element can you put on an individual? It cannot work, because you cannot penalize me for not sending money and say I'll come and garnish your accounts in a bank, for example. So what we see that it's important for incentives where we have a carrot and carrot perspective when we are thinking about a voluntary scheme, especially targeting individuals. They must do something, and if there is an additional element that keeps them on this path, then we are likely to have the traction and scale to create a sustainable national long-term savings schemes. So I wanted to create this perspective that success for mandatory schemes is about carrot and stick, but success on the voluntary side is about carrot and carrot. And it's important for us to keep that at the back of our minds. Thank you very much.
All right, Chair, I do have another question from the audience.
Thank you very much. My name is B-Wall. I have one or two quick concerns. It's very good that we're having these conversations about pensions, especially for the young population. But what concerns me, or what worries me, or what bothers me, is that a good number of these young people we're trying to carve these good things out for a good number of them are disillusioned, right? So you want somebody to save, but they're thinking, I might not even be here in 20 years, you know? That's A. And then B, the reason why you see them engaged in things like, you may or may not have heard of YOLO, which is, you only live once. And you may also have heard them say things like, if the money you have cannot solve your problems, eat it, right? And that speaks to a deeper problem, right? It speaks to a deeper problem. Somebody thinks, if the money I have can't solve my problems, what's the point? So that's somebody who does not care about 20, 30, 50 years. And yet what we're trying to carve out here is some kind of proactive solution to a problem that is coming. So I just want you guys to speak to that young person who, again, like I said, is the person for whom we're trying to carve this out for, but they are disillusioned, disinterested, unbothered about the next 10, 15, 20 years. And their biggest worry is, what am I having for lunch and dinner? And that's it for them. So how do you convince them that in 15, 20 years, you know, they have something to worry about? Thank you.
Can I?
Gautam, can you speak
Can I
to
just-
Evan Joseph later?
Sure, thanks. So I think these are very important points, and I think that is one of the challenges for Africa. The fact that we're talking about a continent which is very young. If everybody in Africa was my age and had not started saving, then the only option to make sure I don't outlive my savings is to take up skydiving or start smoking aggressively. So, but because people are still very young, it's really difficult. So I think there could be many things that can be done at a behavioral level. We've seen how, let's say, linking savings to consumption and automating contributions actually works. I mean, we've had one point which came up was, can I, let's say the same Uber driver, instead of having to think about sending 50 cents every day, can this be an auto debit? Can, without thinking, the money just automatically disappear from that day's earning and start landing up somewhere? So that's one. The second is consumption-based savings, and we've seen consumption-based savings work. Every time I spend money, some part is rounded off. So I've spent, say, $4.60, so 40 cents. So it rounds off to $5 and 40 cents goes into my pension. It need not be 40, it could be 3 cents. But I'm saying it is feasible to do things like this. So you stop thinking about retirement planning, and it actually, after 6 months, you'll suddenly find you have a pool of money which has sort of magically appeared. And I think some of these kinds of things could be done other than fiscal incentives. I mean, fiscal incentives seem to be actually working. But I think there is a great role for more effort on behavioral finance. It's the toughest thing in the world to convince a 20-year-old to imagine life at 60 and start saving at 20.
Just everyone to add to that.
Yeah, and that's what I was speaking to earlier on, that we need to think beyond finance. It's very easy for us to get trapped into trying to solve the problem the financial institutions are facing, and we forget that the people whom we are trying to target are not operating in a vacuum. They are operating in an environment that is competing, that is throwing many things at them, that are distracting them. And however much we design a very interesting thing, until we deal with some of these distractions, they won't pay attention to us. And that's why cracking this puzzle will take more than a discussion between financial sector players. Other actors within the government and society need to come together and we solve this problem together. For me, that's what I see, because the issues that young man is facing are not just issues of finance. They are social issues that need to be addressed. That however much, in fact, even if you put money in their hands, they'll probably not use it well. And that probably explains why we've had many programs of trying to put money in these young people's hands, and most of that money has actually gone to waste. Because there are other underlying issues that we need to address beyond money.
Back to Slider, Doctor, and this one goes to you. Can you please tell us the thinking behind the structure of micro pension fund in Nigeria and what has been the take-up?
Well, the micro pension plan was launched in 2019, and as a date, there are 100,000 sign-ups, but only 10,000 are funded. The same problems of macroeconomic conditions. People don't have enough to take care of themselves today, not to talk about saving for the future. But that is also being looked at, the package, the product. We're looking at, can that scheme can microcredits, microinsurance be bundled in creating a product that will be acceptable to, to the populace. So the same problems highlighted here, we have not had a good accretion, and we're going back to look at the product design to see what can be done to make it sellable to the populace. So it's not really been a success, I will confess.
All right, thank you so much for your confessions. Now, as we close up floor interactions, Is there any other question? Any other question on the floor? Okay, we'll take one more and then close this.
Thank you so much. Agnes Tibaite Sharaza from the National Social Security Fund of Uganda. Many thanks to APSA and UBRA for organizing this session, and indeed for the very thought-provoking debates that we are having. Someone shared a statistic this morning, I don't remember who, and there were 3 buckets, yeah? So we had the formal sector, and those will save mandatorily, and they will save, and there's the carrot and stick, like someone has shared. Then we had the informal sector, yeah? So there was 2.4 million people, then there were the 8 million formal sector who are able to save, but need to be assisted in the saving. In my opinion, the discussion we are having is targeted at those. And then we had the 5 million who just cannot save. Do you remember those statistics? So my thinking is that even as we deliberate on the solutions, we have to be mindful of the population we are dealing with. And we've spoken variously to each of those in different ways. We need clarity in terms of the interventions if we are going to have impact. For the category that cannot save, for example, what do we do? And I'm also posing questions. I don't have the answers. So sitting here, I've been listening and thinking, I think that speaks to the second category, you know? And I associate wholly with Joseph's submissions and the gentleman from the Deposit Protection Fund. At the end of the day, the root cause is key. You cannot save what you don't have. You've seen stories on the news where our countrymen kill each other for 1,000 shillings. Haven't you seen those stories? How do you tell a person like that to save? And yet here we are, for example, as the NSSF, our law was amended recently and we are supposed to be targeting that sector. And there are demands and we have to make good. How do you address those challenges? So mine is not really a question, it's really to appreciate all of us, especially our panelists, for the thought-provoking discussions. At the fund, we've come up with several interventions, but maybe this is not the forum for that. But I'm hopeful that together we can come up with a solution, but it is not easy for this sector. But thank you so much, gentlemen. We also noticed there was no lady on the panel, so next time.
No, but gender is well balanced there. That's gender there. Okay, all right. Taking the last comments, Doctor, from Slido, you do have Kamoga who says the challenge of voluntary schemes is that financial muscle to reach out to the informal sector in terms of marketing and training is still minimal. Joseph, it's chicken and egg. You need the investment in the infrastructure in order for growth to happen. Is attracting investment from outside of Uganda an answer? It's a question. And finally, Alex Gregg says flexibility of payouts is key. If life expectancy is 60 years, but 55 years is the redemption age, the incentive to join is defeated. Need to add redemption options. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. To just round up this session, just a closing shots by each panelist, starting from Gautam. What are those things that should be done to upscale micropension across Africa?
I think we need to start. I think there is no other option. I mean, we may not succeed with 100% coverage, but if we get 40% coverage, I think that's good. And let good not be the enemy of perfect. So I think it's critical to start.
Thank you. Alan?
I re-echo Gautam's thoughts. We can't save everybody. The gospel, the good news is supposed to be for everybody. But up to today, how many years after the death of Christ, we are still sending the message about the good news. So even the good news around pension will remain that we all need to plan for our retirement. We all need to think about having sufficient funds in old age, but unfortunately, not everybody will do it. Not all these solutions will be for everybody. We need to start. Let's start with those we can to demonstrate how it works, and over time, pension inclusion can be extended to have higher ratios. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Benjamin?
Yes, mine is about the problematization that we give when we're in such meetings. Because all the time, when you go to a meeting and you're talking about infrastructure, they say, we don't have this, we can't think about that. When you're talking to the taxman, they say we cannot incentivize pensions because we need to mobilize revenue. So when you look at what the government of Uganda has been doing over time, you see that there are different interventions. You go to the Ministry of Gender, the National Planning Authority, there are things that are supportive of what we are doing. And that's why at the beginning, I mentioned that for us to address this challenge, we must look at those who are transacting. We are not going to all Ugandans to say that you must, or voluntarily they will save. We know the challenges we face as a country, but the numbers are clear. Ugandans are transacting, they are buying data, they are gambling. You know, there's a lot of transactioning that is not responsive to the saving challenge. And those are the Ugandans that we are targeting. I believe we should be optimistic. Even when it means making baby steps, we should make them. I thank you.
Thank you. Joseph?
Yeah, just to reiterate the fact that we need to work together. It will take a community for us to crack this puzzle. And I was just thinking to myself, in Uganda, we have what they call a parish development model. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, government has budgeted, in the last budget, I think it was 1 trillion or thereabout. I don't know the exact numbers. It was quite a huge amount of money. And this is money that government has actually apportioned, and they're actually going to give to communities. There is something we can learn. Over lunch, I learned that in Kenya, they have the Hustler Fund. They give you a loan, but actually 5% of that loan goes towards short-term savings and long-term savings. So when you borrow 1,000, you actually get 700 shillings. But the other 300 shillings or thereabout goes towards saving the short-term and long-term. For me, I think there are quite a number of short-term wins that we can actually be able to deliver. And the parish development model, if it's done well, it's supposed to enhance the productivity of the low masses at every parish level. And this is the money that government has actually set aside. How can we harness that money to not only improve the productivity of these masses, but also to improve their culture of saving and long-term saving pensions? I think for me, we have some quick wins we can latch onto to begin to demonstrate the value of micro-pensions.
Thank you. Dr. Ray?
Thank you. I think also to address the last question, I think, and my colleague alluded to, there is always, even for the informal poor, there is some investment from government to them. I think we need to understand how money gets to them and how we can leverage those infrastructures. You will hear the Hustler Fund, you hear the public works. It has been, even for us, a journey to convince government, if you are spending on them today, help them to be self-reliant when they retire. If it is $1 extra you need to disperse for this person, because without doing that, it's your burden when they retire, and it will be too expensive to the government. I think we need to look into that. Second, I think we need to listen to our target audience and to our data and reflect on that and adjust our product. It's not cut and stone. It is not copy-paste. It has to respond to the real challenges that we are facing and to the real market we are serving. And we need to, I think, understand how people do spend, do receive money and do spend, and design the product around those. I think, and be efficient. We need to give most of the money we collect back to them, not to spend on administration. There are always a way of using technologies, using infrastructures that do exist to come up with an efficient product that is giving all the returns to the members, and that will call them back into the schemes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen and audience. It's been a very, very interesting session, exciting. Closing remarks. I think upscaling micro-pension plan is a win-win situation for both the government and its citizens. For the government, it creates additional patient capital for infrastructure and economic development, as well as for the individuals. It helps in old age poverty alleviation, as well as socio-economic well-being. It enhances socio-economic well-being at old age. So to do, based on our discussions this afternoon, government support is key to the success in terms of incentives, in terms of enhancing productivity in the economy, in terms of providing social infrastructure to free incomes for people to save. Secondly, technology is key to drive this. Technology for ease of transacting, as well as cost, reducing cost. Credible database is also tied to the government supports. The government needs a credible database of its citizens to make this work. And finally, we shouldn't get tired of financial literacy and awareness. Very, very key, especially for the young population. They need to know that they are going to grow old, and they need to take care of their old age. So I want to thank the panelists for this interesting session, as well as thank the audience and also the viewers and people interacting through the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ohioma and your panel. We request you to rise, allow our media team to take evidence-based approach of your deliberations so that we say on the 27th. These gentlemen made their appeal. 1 year later, when we go for the 5th annual conference, we shall do assessment. As they take that photo, assessment is required of you that is in the room. Let's go to Slido and participate in the survey for this panel that has just been concluded. All right, let's pull out our phones and make remarks, participate in that survey, and be able to bring the day to a conclusion. Again, it's the Africa Pension Supervisors Association Conference. It's the 4th one of its kind. And this time round, sustainable pension inclusion in Africa has been the benchmark and the backbone of the deliberations for the day. Right from the morning, you did have quite a number of interactions. We did have a session on interlinkages between pension funds and ESG. And then the other session that we had was Africa's pension inclusion imperatives. And then it has all been concluded on day one with a look at jump-starting voluntary micro-pension inclusion at a scale. And then it begs the conclusion that it is indeed a key for African nations to build inclusive mechanisms and pension systems that provide citizens with secure and easy access to simple as well as affordable and well-regulated micro-pension and micro-insurance products. Short of this, poverty is among Africa's future elderly, and it will become a cause of increased concern across the continent. Now, to wrap all this in a statement or two, allow me to invite to the podium our hosting authority, UBRA, a representative from UBRA. I will ask Madame Lydia Mirembe to come to the podium and give us a closure of day one, taking into account from the beginning all the submissions that have been made by our wonderful panelists and those of influence in the pension sector. A round of applause for Lydia. There's a button.
Right, I got it. Thank you. I have a very, very simple job to do. To wrap it up, I've been listening intently, and I'll just share what I consider to be quotable quotes from today. Each one of you has been taking notes. Some you'll agree with me, others you think that I left out. It's just for us to reflect on the many things, the many bits of knowledge that have come through today. As a journalist, I always look for sound bites, and this is what I focused on. Soundbite 1. ESG is both an investment category and a broadly applicable set of principles. The latter is more meaningful. Remember that? You remember who said it? Somewhere. Save me today, and I'll save you tomorrow. YOLO. You live only once, but that once may end when you're 80 years old. So you better get ready for it. You can't save what you don't have. Remember that? You can't save what you don't have. And I had many dissenting voices on that note. The informal sector is not homogeneous. There are those who can save $1 a day, but there are also those who can save $100 a day. We all know where we lie, don't we? $100 or $1 a day. Whatever it is, it's a discipline that you must cultivate. Some shocking stats. 600 million people in Africa in the informal sector have no pension. I hope there's none in this room that falls in that category. The 4 E's. The 4 E's: empower, educate, embed, encourage. That's a very good soundbite. Newsmen and women: empower, educate, embed, and encourage. Unpredictable pension flows are responsible for rampant corruption in the public sector. I can say that again. Unpredictable pension flows are responsible for rampant corruption in the public sector. Amen to that? Okay, and finally, Africa must leverage digital finance inclusion to build more inclusive pension systems. Technology. There have been many more quotable quotes coming in from the delegates who are participating online. As you can see the display from our tweet beam, those are some of the reflections. We can go, think about them, and see how we can be the change that we would like to see in the pensions and retirement benefits sector. Thank you very much for allowing me to throw these quotable quotes at you. Each one of us look in our notes and pick that one quotable quote that you're taking home to reflect on. Over to you, Regina.
Thank you so much, Lydia. And that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of the first day of the 4th annual conference of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association that is being hosted in Uganda. Now, we're going to be moving to the poolside to continue with the checks and balances on how different countries and managing the different elements that have come through, some of the engagements that we've had on the podium. And so the poolside is by the lake, the hotel. Yeah. The poolside is by the lake. It's a court, rapporteurs. Yes, okay, so it's by the hotel side, so we'll move to the hotel side and be able to calmly then investigate how our neighbors of the other side of Africa is handling some of these issues that have been raised in the room tonight. Otherwise, we meet again tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow's sessions will be kicking off at exactly 8:30 a.m. in the morning, and so we request your presence in the room by 8 o'clock latest so that we can be in time and save up for the dinner that will be closing the 4th annual conference for APSA. For more engagements, you can definitely go to APSA website and you'll be able to get as much information of the conference as possible. If you do have queries, you can definitely save them up or put them on Slido to be able to engage with them, or they will be passed on to the responsible people to be able to give you as much feedback as possible. Otherwise, observing protocol, I will have the CEO UBRA and his table, that is also having the permanent secretary to the public service take leave of the Katonga Hall, and then the rest of us will be following suit. Mr. Nsubuga, we're requesting your table to be the first to take leave and lead us to the poolside for the evening of interaction and networking. That will be followed by the table board members. After the board members' table, APSA leadership, and then the rest of us will have the liberty to exit the room. Tomorrow, as you come into day 2 of APSA conference, some of the deliberations are going to be geared towards innovative climate finance, TED-style talk it will be. Also tomorrow, come expecting building inclusive pension systems, a panel discussion on demand-side design considerations. And then we'll also be having another session tomorrow for you to look out for. It's called, Is Africa Ready for an Inclusive Digital Micro-Pension Architecture? It's a big question. It's an infrastructure question, and that question will be answered tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. and we'll be able to start. Now there's a person who misplaced their key card to their hotel room. Please approach a lady called Lydia from UBRA. In case, check yourself. If you don't have your key card to your room, then please approach Lydia.